It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
The city's so nice, the APP decided to play here twice. We're back in sunny SoCal along the shores of the Pacific Ocean in beautiful Newport Beach, California, as the pros make another push to prove who's the best here on the West Coast. As we welcome you to the world's first, the world's best, the 2024 OW APP Newport Beach Open. This ain't never rains in Southern California. There was fog this morning. It has burned off. It is a beautiful day to play some pickleball as we welcome you in here to Championship Court at the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach alongside Next Gen National Team Head Coach Chad Edwards and Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. I'm Dorian Kraft. Fellas, this is the second time this season that we have come out to Newport Beach. The last time was back on July 4th. Where have each of you seen the tour progress since then?
The season, it always comes into, Dom, you always call it the war of attrition. You know, we're seeing some injuries come in. We're seeing some of the more experienced players trip up here and there. So this one's going to be one where the younger players are going to come in. They're going to push some of these draws. The experienced players are going to try and battle that one out. And it's going to be interesting to see in singles.
For me, it's all about, it's an open field this weekend, and the young players really trying to make a name for themselves this weekend in Newport Beach.
You heard Chad mention it. And no, your calendar did not deceive you. It is Thursday, which means we are playing singles here in this round of 16 matchup between John Cangelosi and Max Mantha that has just gotten underway. Mantha in the purple at the top of the screen, Cangelosi at the bottom in the gray.
Did you say Mantha's wearing purple?
Never.
It's a shocker, I know.
It's shocker. Shocker.
This is actually a rematch of the semifinal here back in July. Cangelosi taking that one, moving on to the final, ended up losing to Chris Hayworth in the final.
Cangelosi likes it out here in Southern California, even though he's a Florida boy.
Those were a couple of close games, though, between Mantha and Cangelosi back in July 16-14, 17-15 in the semifinals. Mantha would go on to take the bronze medal in that tournament.
Oh,
Cangelosi finding all the lanes.
Well, and that's what we've seen from Cangelosi throughout the season. Dom, you were talking to him a little bit at the beginning. He's, had some injury, took some time off. He's come back, had a few issues in Florida with some hurricanes. But he's one that he's going to create. He's not going to overpower you, but he's going to create angles, and his court coverage is exceptionally good.
That's that great footwork. Does Cangelosi, the background in hockey.
Yeah.
He just missed it.
We're right down this sideline here, and that ball that Mantha just hit almost hooks in. It wasn't wide. It was just long. I almost started talking in the middle of that point. I thought it was over.
Oh, that's something you don't want. Those miss returns here you don't want to miss return ever, but it seems to be even more important in rally scoring.
Oh, Mantha missing an easy forehand there.
Yeah, great read by Mantha. He jumps to the spot early, reads Cangelosi, but again, almost too much on it into the net.
And Cangelosi returning the favor, side out. Cangelosi just pushing that a little bit wide off the forehand side.
Yeah, just trying to go a little too fine there. And Mantha, with how much court coverage he has, you have to try and really push the limits. Cangelosi trying to find the line, but
in a lot of ways, it feels like Mantha and Cangelosi have similar styles in terms of their court coverage.
Oh, but you're right, Dorian. They both cover the court so well. They're not, either one of them, the tallest guys on tour, but they use their footwork, like you mentioned earlier, to their advantage. Both Cangelosi and Mantha run down a lot of balls.
Oh, slid the winner past.
But the lob in the middle of that point right there was to the favor of Cangelosi. Mantha looking straight up into the sun.
I think
smart move there.
The mishit backhand helped Cangelosi.
Yeah.
He tried to hit a backhand down the line. He mishit it. Threw off Mantha enough.
That time Cangelosi can't pick up the backhand. Side out over to Mantha as he stays within one. It is 7-6 in favor of John Cangelosi. Or 8-5 rather, as took a second for the scoreboard to get updated.
Ooh.
Oh. Mantha going for a little extra on the serve.
Cangelosi, just watch him squat through this two-handed backhand. It's just textbook right here. Squats nice and low, doesn't come up, and then just hits this winner down the line.
And some nice placement there from Mantha to earn the side out.
Oh, just missed it wide.
Pushed it just wide.
I thought he was going to hook that back cross court right there.
Would that have been the better choice?
Flip a coin on that.
Yeah, right. If he makes this
Mantha
one,
tried to shape it. It would have been perfect. But you're talking about running this direction. You're running cross court trying to flick a ball back behind you.
That's an easy put away there for Cangelosi.
well, it's perfect setup right here. He gets Mantha to run around the forehand, and then as Mantha was sprinting back to try and get back to the middle, thinking Cangelosi is going to go opposite corner, he doubles up to the same side. Great setup and execution by Cangelosi.
Tried to shape the forehand over the net, couldn't quite get enough margin. Still a 5-point lead here in game number 1 of this round of 16 matchup. Oh, Mantha getting a little love off the tape.
Well, he'll take it right now as he's down here in this first game.
Oh, so well placed by Mantha.
Cangelosi asking referee. Yeah, it looks like it was inside the line. Cangelosi asked the referee right there if she saw that ball. Ball looked like it was going well deep off of the paddle of Mantha, but it rolled in.
That's a nice put away there from Cangelosi.
The little inside-out forehand by Cangelosi, the way to keep that in and push it back nicely. That's a great job. He made that shot look easy. It's tough on the approach there. Got Mantha moving completely to the sideline and then gets the overhead.
Oh, and then goes passing shot down the line to earn himself a game point.
Cameraman Mitch over there gets drilled with that ball. Like you said here, it'll give Cangelosi an opportunity to go up 1-0 here. The ever so important first game.
Oh, he had him.
Mantha knew he had him, too.
Mantha was leaning to the forehand side.
If Cangelosi gets it over the net, no chance for Mantha. And he knew it, too, did Mantha. He was laughing about it.
10-14. Slice is just wide.
And that's good ball movement there from Mantha as well, forcing Cangelosi to go forehand volley, backhand volley.
And Cangelosi's run through the bracket back in July was astounding. He knocked off Mario Barrientos, Grayson Golden in the round of 16, then Brandon Lane, and then Max Manthal before finally falling to Chris Hayworth in Championship Sunday.
Ooh.
Got a little big there at the line, and all of a sudden Manthal back within striking distance.
Well, and that's the danger of rally scoring. We've seen it throughout the whole season. At 14-7, 14-8, 14-9, you get,
no time
still
out.
No time
I'm
out.
Shocked.
An unforced error off of the forehand wing there by Cangelosi, and Manthal back within one.
Well, it's that freeze on 14.
Mm-hmm.
That it's a mental block as well. Ooh.
Manthal calls it good right on the back of the line.
Yeah, it was tough. Footballs. Manthal's almost anticipating it's going to go long. It doesn't, and catches the back of the line there and give Cangelosi another opportunity here in game one.
Manthal does have a reputation of being a generous line caller on tour. It's game point number 2 for John Cangelosi. This time he converts off of the edge guard. Mitch gets it once again in the stands. John Cangelosi takes game 1 over Max Manthal, 15-13. Here in our men's singles round of 16. Don't go anywhere. There is still plenty of action ahead here at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Involved and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours. Because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live. Live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Zimmer Biomet. Moving you forward. Visit smarterme.com today. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Rain Energy, clean, plant-based energy.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open. Game 2 underway as John Cangelosi starts it the way he ended game number 1 with a point.
Yeah, and it was impressive there for game 1 with Cangelosi. He's like we talked about, he's not overly or overpowering Manthal, but he's moving him around. He's forcing mistakes because Manthal is either hitting on the run or he's trying to be so fine that Cangelosi can't get to the ball.
Sprays that one wide. So then what's the adjustment that Mantha needs to make here in game number 2?
He's got to force Cangelosi to hit one more ball. He's got to take advantage of getting to the kitchen line and controlling the point and moving Cangelosi. Cangelosi is the one that's getting to the kitchen line first in a lot of these points, and he's taking advantage of that.
Yeah,
Good ball there.
He worked his way back into the point there, but Manthau's third shot, he tries to go a little bit firmer, tries to hit it through Cangelosi a little bit. He's almost got to drop that ball, make something bounce into the kitchen, near the kitchen line out wide, pull Cangelosi off the court, and then he can start the run. He tries to hit through Cangelosi, and now he's scrambling, and Cangelosi's controlling that kitchen line.
2-all here in game number 2. Overhit the forehand side out, point Cangelosi.
Just jumps up through it late, and he's got to stay down, that being Manthau through that drive. If he wants the ball, keep that ball down.
You got to keep it away from Cangelosi with a backhand like that. Wow.
Well, especially if you look at how short the return is here. Cangelosi's able to step into it. Manthau not even to the kitchen line yet. So that's a tough ball. You know, majority of men are going to return and come straight forward, but that's a tough ball to try to get up to the kitchen line on.
Manthau going back cross court, called wide. The call stands. So Cangelosi has ripped off 3 straight points here to take a 5-2 lead after he took game 1 15-13. Oh, Cangelosi just painting lines out there.
That's just a good ball there from Cangelosi as he goes back down that line. That's just pretty again. Watch this forehand. Just kind of hooks that right back in, and Manthau was almost hoping it would go out, but catches the outside part of that line.
Little Rafa action on the finish from Cangelosi off that left side. That's a good ball from Manthau, doubling up.
Yeah, that's a stronger volley right there. He missed that forehand volley earlier by trying to go for a little too much this time.
Manthau, the University of Washington alum.
Yeah, good control there again from Cangelosi, reaching in, taking those balls early, using good angles, and just he continues to keep the pressure on Manthau. He's not giving him any balls where he can really set up.
That's a good ball right there from Manthau. As he runs around this forehand, he goes inside out with it instead of just ripping this down the line. Goes inside out and gets Cangelosi off the sideline. Not even behind the baseline, but off the sideline and off the court.
Ooh.
That was a nice forehand there from Manthau.
Yeah, a little inside in. Manthau set up like he was going to go inside out, take that ball cross court, and then last second just flicks it down the line.
Little misdirection. Back within 2. Manthau on serve. And Cangelosi read it perfectly.
Again, nice job there. Again, controlling the point from the kitchen line. Has Manthau on full sprint sideline to sideline. The only thing Manthau could do is throw up that lob just to try and get back in position. Then he guesses, but Cangelosi with the put away.
You don't see many players be able to run Max Manthau around the court.
Yep.
Well, right now, everything going Cangelosi's way. Net cord winner Manthau can't believe it. Takes a timeout.
Well, I'm also going to come back to, the difference in the depth of return between Cangelosi and Manthau. Cangelosi, when he is returning, is hitting a much deeper ball, and Manthau is actually hitting off of the back foot. Doesn't have anything to really be able to create a passing shot out of, where Manthau's returns are a little bit shorter. Cangelosi's able to step in, and Manthau's kind of scrambling already from that return.
Where does the difference in the penetration in those returns come from?
Contact point. Manthau's catching the ball a little bit deeper, a little closer to the body, so he's not getting the depth on that return. Cangelosi, on pretty much every ball that he's hitting right now, it's out in front. The contact point's early, so it's giving better depth.
Tom, what's the one thing you would like to see from Manthau coming out of this timeout?
I want him to be aggressive, right? I want him to be aggressive. Out of this timeout, Cangelosi serving. Get to the kitchen line. Hit a really good, hard, deep return here. Keep Cangelosi back. Chad mentioned it earlier. He's returning a little short right now, and Cangelosi's able to step into that. He's got to get a deeper turn here.
He tried to go deep.
Yep.
Too deep as it floats long. So another point for Cangelosi as he's opened up a 5-point advantage here in game number 2.
Oh,
Twice.
Oh, Manthau
that ball
got
may
there.
have been going wide.
Yep.
And if you're Manthau, you can't let it go because you don't want it to fall on the line. And right now, Cangelosi just all over it.
Well, you see Manthau's going a little bit more extreme on that slice return, trying to keep the ball low. He's had some opportunity. That last one, he just tried to rush the forehand volley.
12-5. Manthau slaps the forehand winner in the corner.
Well, again, there's the aggression, right? He's got to do that so Cangelosi can't run this down. He's been blocking a lot of these sideline to sideline instead of finishing. Right there, gets the ball up on the forehand and finishes that cross court.
A little more offensive than defensive in terms of that point construction. Nice touch there from Manthau.
But that was a much better ball there from Manthau. He just gets the angle down, makes that ball bounce. Cangelosi now taking a ball from below the net, trying to go deep on Manthau is a much more difficult ball.
Manthau coming off of a gold medal in Dallas alongside men's doubles partner Eric Lang. That one sprays wide.
And here it is, too. The last point and into this point. His forehand, he's grip and rip. He's ripping this and creating some shape on it. I like this. It's a little more aggressive. It's exactly what I want to see out of Manthau.
Still a 4-point deficit.
Oh,
it was going for the ATP. Cangelosi just put it out of reach.
Yeah, excellent angle here from Cangelosi. See how early he takes that ball. Manthau trying to cover from the furthest part of the court away from that ball.
Reminds me of the way that Andre Agassi used to play. Just put the ball one step beyond their opponent, make them chase it down and take out their legs. As Cangelosi misses the forehand in the net. So a side out. Manthau still trailing by 4 here in game number 2. A forehand error makes it match point.
Yeah, again, you just Cangelosi making one more ball each time. Manthau trying to be just a little too perfect right there into the net on the third one.
14-9.
How many leg cords for Cangelosi?
Oh, I'm talking about the hands of Manthau.
Yeah, to get each one of them.
To get each one of them.
So Manthau still in the second game. Cangelosi now frozen at 14. And this is the same number differential that we had in game number 1 as well. Manthau was able to go on a little run, couldn't come all the way back.
Wow.
Oh.
What a drop there from Manthau. That's
thought that
dirty.
ball was wide. I thought that ball was wide.
The margin for error on that drop.
There was none.
0.
Oh, this time Manthau catching the tape and not getting the same love.
Well, that love, again, he's trying to go cross court. So as it clips the tape, now it pops up and just sails wide.
Match point number 2.
Oh, he'll take it. Finally.
The net cord giveth as it taketh away.
He finally gets the net cord right there and puts his hands up going, jeez, finally. Give me something.
Those are the kind of net cords that you apologize for, but you don't really mean it.
Not one bit.
No.
Manthau with life here in this second game. All of a sudden, once again, back within one. And Chad, you talked about the mental block of being frozen back in game number one. As a player, how do you get past that mental block?
I mean, it's difficult, but, you go out and when you get to 14, then you just literally treat it like side-out scoring.
Oh! Oh, the net court is the star of the show here in this match.
Watch this thing roll. Watch it roll.
Oh.
That rolled at least 3 feet on the net.
But going back to your question, if you start thinking about that, okay, this is rally scoring. If I make a mistake, my opponent's going to get a point. Then you start playing tighter.
Third time's the charm for Cangelosi. Rips the backhand winner as he dispatches Max Mantha in straight games 15-13, 15-13 in our men's singles round of 16. We will be back with more singles action here on Championship Court. You're watching the AL APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP.
Always look further. Seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Welcome back to Championship Court as we take a look at the Good Idea game point.
Yeah, Cangelosi controlling the kitchen line for the majority of this match and really keeping the pressure on Mantha. You see him forcing Mantha to just scramble across the court. And then a little net roll for the point. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, John. Again, you have probably the most let cords in that game between you and Max. You mentioned it before we got on air here. What's going through your mind? You got a bunch, he got a bunch, but in the end, you end up pushing through that and kind of figuring out what you need to do against Max there.
Yeah, I mean, Max is a great player. We've battled a few times now, so very tough opponent, always brings his A game. I figured, I have to just focus on the next point. I mean, I was fortunate to get a few let cords, but also I know he had one towards the end, and especially on match point. But you can't dwell on it. You just got to move on and focus on the next point, because if you let it bother you, that could affect the rest of the match.
And I'll talk a little bit about, you talk about you're in Florida, dealing with stuff there, you're dealing with some injuries, but now you're back here in a place where you made Championship Sunday, and now the next round, you get who you faced, Chris Hayworth, on that Championship Sunday. What do we have to look forward to in this quarterfinal?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Chris again. I've been out a couple months, so it feels good to get back at it and be out here competing. I'm going to have to change my I think I'm going to have to execute a little better than I did the last time against Chris, but, he's as good as he is because he's just a hard worker and a great player. And, I'm excited to be back in Cali. It's a great place here at Newport. And just want to give a shout-out to everybody watching at home, especially the Laurel community. Thank you so much for your support.
All right, John, congratulations. We'll take a quick break. Next up here on Championship Court, Jack Foster and Zane Ford. Don't go anywhere.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Managed ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. Yola, for the champion in you. And Roots Farm Fresh, the cleanest, crispiest fries you'll try.
Welcome back to Championship Court. We have men's singles quarterfinal action coming up next between Zane Ford and Jack Foster Ford in the gray. On the right, Foster in the green. But before we get to action, we want to welcome you back into the booth as we have been joined by Sean Bollettieri, the managing owner here at the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach. Sean, it's great to have you in here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, this is, as we've mentioned on the broadcast, the second time that we've been fortunate enough to come to your beautiful club out here in Newport Beach this season. You guys have been involved with pickleball for years now, and I asked the guys earlier where they've seen the growth of the tour, but I'd love your perspective on where you've seen the growth of the sport.
Gosh, I mean, thank you for that. I mean, obviously, we went into it early in 2017 or 18, and we've seen the game evolve on the professional side, not just the amateur side. I think we're all trying to figure it out as far as what's the best way to run this game professionally on the amateur side. But we just love the fact that the community continues to grow. And as we see these other players out there offering new ranking system, rating systems, and so on, in end of the day, it brings more people to the sport. So we're excited about it.
And that's something the Association of Pickleball Players is all about, the inclusivity of the sport.
Yeah, and Sean, talk about a little bit about what your part in pickleball has been, because there was a lot of flack you got here in Southern California for really implementing pickleball and being that first dedicated pickleball facility.
Yeah, I mean, it was not easy. I can tell you that from the beginning we were against the idea, and we kicked the pickleball guys out quite a few times before we said yes to it. But, you can't say data is incorrect. So once we saw the data, we saw it potentially growing, we said yes to it, and we started working with all the major tours. As a matter of fact, the golden ticket idea came out of here, out of our club. We're proud to come up with it and present it to the USA Pickleball, and today is part of the tour of APP. So we're proud. Has it been easy? No. Are we still heavily involved? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about the golden ticket being originated here, the thought. This is a golden ticket event for USA Pickleball for 2025, and so really it feels almost like a full circle moment for you.
It's really surreal. I mean, we were on this court when that whole idea came about in the sidelines. To see it now evolve to now go to different locations and see thousands of people competing to get a golden ticket, it's just unbelievable.
Throughout all the years here where you all have been supporting pickleball and watching it grow, what's been your favorite memory here at the Tennis and Pickleball Club?
Probably the moment that maybe it was a month before my father had passed, and he had always been against pickleball from the beginning. So before he passed, he said, "Son, just remember when they ask you whose idea it was mine."
So do you credit your dad with it then, or you keep it for yourself?
I credit the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a great story for sure.
No, and I got a chance to meet your dad a few times down in Sarasota, where I was living, and just the acceptance that, maybe later on he had of pickleball, and you talked to him about that. But what has he meant to you as far as this facility, pickleball, and everything, really?
I mean, the first goal he had when we first got this club about 10 years ago was make it the happiest place on earth. And when you have something like pickleball is the happiest sport on earth. So we're happy to put those two together.
No, absolutely. And again, you said it, right? The happiest sport on earth. You can't get it. You can't get that anywhere else. And again, with the amount of courts you had, how many, though, originally did you start with, and then the expansion just continued, didn't it, for you guys?
Yeah, we came in with 97 members, and now we have thousands. We have thousands of people that go through our doors on a yearly basis, so it's really incredible. We have another location just right down the street, not even half a mile from here, that's opening with social golf. So the market is huge, is not slowing down. So obviously people in the club business like myself are happy about that.
Disney may be the happiest place on earth. Pickleball, the happiest sport on earth, as we are underway here in our men's singles quarterfinal between Jack Foster and Zane Ford. Foster, the 3 seed, Ford, the 6 seed.
And Sean, you've seen this game grow. You've been involved with it for numerous years now. What's the biggest difference that you're seeing now with two players like this on court right now, Jack Foster and Zane Ford?
You know what I love about this sport is that it's evolving to separate itself from tennis, and the technique is constantly changing, and even is starting to create its own mentality, and that's why I love this game so much.
Ford getting up for that one. Those are some fast hands.
Well, yeah, again, you talk about that mentality, and pickleball having its own mentality now, right? Like there was a time where it was like you're in like a catch-22, like in between. Talk a little bit about that, where you're seeing that pickleball mentality rather than anything else.
Well, I think before you would basically get on the court, and if you see someone with good coordination, good racket coordination, you would automatically feel you're down love 30 or 0-3. And now you get out there and you see a person with tennis technique, and you go, wow, they're going to swing big, they're going to make more mistakes, so they have a different strategy to beating them.
Foster read the big swing from Ford right there, able to get the winner.
Jack Foster, again, just playing nice and big at that kitchen line. He's going to get there, take control of that kitchen line, use his athleticism, not the tallest or longest, but uses his footwork to his advantage.
Got a gift there from Ford on the missed return. Goes back down the line, and Foster has opened up a 4-point lead.
That was a massive forehand. What a big swing. Holy cow.
And an early timeout from Zane Ford as Jack Foster has controlled this men's singles quarterfinal from the beginning. Foster up 7-2 on the 6-seed Ford.
And that's what you see. You mentioned it, Sean, is the big swing of Jack Foster. You typically don't see that a lot in pickleball. It's more of a compact swing. Are you seeing players do that more, or is it just kind of where we got a one-off here with Jack Foster? Are you seeing more compact with what you see here at the club too?
It's interesting because on the pickleball side, you're seeing shorter swings evolve until they get to a pro level. Then the swings become a little bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And on the tennis side, you start seeing shorter swings. So it's kind of the opposite.
Right.
But I think that eventually we will see more professional table tennis players playing pickleball because I think their game is actually closer to pickleball than tennis is.
Why do you say that?
I think, well, first of all, is the court itself. You
Right.
play the game just like you're playing table tennis. And the serve plays a big role, but the technique is underhand.
Right.
And that's another part.
I like that comparison. I really do, and you're exactly right.
And we've seen that a little bit as well. Will Sobek, his dad, Rosty, is Foster gets that just inside the line. Dad Rosty comes from Foster and Rosty are too close together.
Too close.
Comes from that badminton or that table tennis background, and we've seen it in Will's game.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, Foster just having his way with Ford.
There's no hiding his big forehand, right? So Ford knows what's coming. He just doesn't know where it's going. Foster's holding that paddle face closed and almost last second picking where he's going with that ball.
Foster called it wide. Well, Dom, how much does it surprise you, though, the way that Ford has struggled? Because Ford has that tennis background as well and has been known to play with that big style.
Well, Jack is streaky. And when Jack's on a good streak, like where he's placing the ball right now is perfect. And when he's on that streak, it's very tough to stop him.
Foster on an absolute heater. He's opened up a 9-point advantage, 11-2 here in this first game of the men's singles quarterfinal. It's a good overhead there from Ford to earn the side out.
Jack's weight transfer on the forehand side is just textbook.
Big serve there from Ford.
And that weight transfer that you mentioned there, Sean, talking about his weight coming forward through the ball, correct?
Yeah, transferring the weight from the right leg to the left, and as going forward, also going up to make sure the ball releases.
Foster putting it right where he wants it, side out.
A little cat and mouse there with Ford and Foster, and you don't see that much anymore because of these big hitters, right? You used to see that a lot 3-4 years ago. The cat and mouse were up at the kitchen line going back and forth.
Went for a big forehand there, but caught the tape.
I feel also that pickleball is a lot more physical when it comes to singles compared to tennis. So I would think that players will start traveling more with their trainers than actual coaches.
Ford misses the backhand there. Why do you say that in terms of pickleball singles being more physical than tennis?
You stay lower for a much longer period, and your downtime in between points is very little compared to tennis.
I can see that. I can feel my quads burning just hearing you say that as Foster misses the forehand.
Well, I compare a lot of, when you talk about tennis to pickleball, I always talk about tennis is almost like a track team, right? If you're a sprinter and a long-distance runner, you're on the same team, but you don't run the same events. And tennis is that distance runner, and pickleball is the sprinter.
Oh, that's a beautiful winner from Ford.
That's beautiful.
But yeah, you see that different. It's different. It's totally different as far as conditioning goes. Pickleball is like a sprint. It's constant. Like you said, Sean, not a lot of time in between points, so action's happening very quickly.
Foster pushing Ford back.
Well, key on that ball right there is that Foster takes that ball in the corner out of the air. He doesn't allow Ford to get back in and get his feet set, so he takes his ball there, pushes that ball down the line instead of letting it bounce and letting Ford get set.
And taking time away from your opponent. It's a classic tactic.
Yep.
Game point for Foster. Gets it on the big service. Foster takes game one in dominant fashion, 15-7. Sean Bollettieri, it's been a joy having you in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us, and make sure you at home don't go anywhere else. We've got more action next.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours. Because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. If I had to describe it in a few words, I would say it's a must, it's effective, and it's stylish.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Hours of his time to volunteering at the APP Women's Open. Eric said, quote, being a part of this APP event was one of the first chances I had to give back to a sport that has given my family so much. And it would have been inconceivable 2 years ago to think that I could be as active as I am today. Thank you, Eric, for all that you do. You are a champion in the community and the sport of pickleball.
Well, this is exactly what Ford needs to do. He needs to get off to a good start here. Foster was hot pretty much throughout that whole first game.
Nice touch there from Foster.
Again, Foster controlling that kitchen line nicely. He did that in game one to come out on top by
do the math, Dom.
8. Carry the 1. Yep, 8.
Well, Foster's definitely one of those players that it's dangerous to have him serving because he has one of the biggest serves. There are times where it's going to stay flat, it's going to kick up. Ford had a lot of issues in game one with the return.
Another monster forehand off of the paddle of Foster. 3-1.
Oh, yeah, that was out.
Just wide.
Foster babied that backhand just a little bit.
So smart from Foster.
Just the court coverage from Foster. Just when I thought that Ford had passed him, Foster all over it, using every inch of reach he's got there.
And Dom, you mentioned Foster, a difficult player to play when he's feeling hot. It's not just this match. His round of 16, he bageled Eduardo Irizarry 0-0.
That's
it was a retirement.
Oh.
I was gonna say
they don't make that. They didn't make that note in the bracket.
It is. It's right there. It's just in small letters. But
I was
technically this is Foster's first match.
I was gonna say, Chad, you and I could accidentally score a point and rally score it. I could score a point on accident.
No, it was a retirement. I'm not sure what happened with Irizarry.
Ford did play. He topped Spencer Lanier in straight games.
Yeah. He was tested there in game 2. One game 2, 16-14. Again, that big serve. Ford is trying to rush on that return. And with the big serve of Foster, it's not something that you can try and move into because you're just cutting down your timing even more.
You took the words right out of my mouth as Ford takes another timeout. I was going to ask you what is giving Ford so many issues about the Foster serve. So flip that. What does he need to do differently?
Execute the return first and then move to the kitchen line. Right now, he's so worried about getting up to the kitchen line and being able to control the point that he's rushing through the first execution. If anything, take half a step back. Give yourself a fraction more time so you can move into it a little bit. But right now, he is rushing into that ball and just ultimately jamming himself up.
Well, similar to what we saw in the last match with Cangelosi and Mantha, wasn't getting his returns deep enough, and Cangelosi was taking advantage of that and stepping into it and ripping that third shot.
And Don, we had talked about the progression of pickleball and where it's going in these bigger forehands, these bigger serves. As a player, or do you think these players are feeling a little bit more pressure now as another missed return there?
We talked about that in the timeout with Cangelosi and Mantha, that Mantha needed to return deeper. He hit it long. We do the same thing. Ford hits it long.
So
a couple of missed returns there.
But if you look at the size of Ford's backswing, the length of the backswing, with the pace that Foster is giving him, he has to shorten up that backswing and look for a longer finish, a longer extension. Right now, he's so big on the backswing that he's catching that ball late and getting close to the body.
And instead of the backswing giving him the power, the extension is what's going, and you use the pace of your opponent.
Exactly. The serve's already giving you the power. You just need that extension to get the ball deeper.
Pushes it wide off the backhand side.
Had the ATP there, but again, he's so deep. And so, that's not an ATP you typically get. So you're judging, try and judge how hard do I need to hit this? What do I need to do with it?
Foster in control here in game number 2, up by 7. Make it 8 as another long return. That's already 3 return errors made by Ford in the last 5 points.
Yeah, and the serve is Foster's biggest weapon. That and his big forehand.
So you're saying he's Andy Roddick on a pickleball court?
It's right on cue. Chad says his serve and says his forehand. He hits a huge serve and hits a huge forehand.
He's been putting a lot of work into his backhand because over the years it's been known that you want to try and go to Foster's backhand. But still, his forehand remains the big power.
And tracked down the backhand there, but it gave Ford an easy put away to get back on serve. And still an 8-point lead for Foster after he took game 1 at 15-7.
I'm pretty sure Foster went to the store and got that beach towel when they got here to Newport because they were in Boise with us for about 4 days, and he was using our hand towels.
Oh, that ball had so much side spin. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, I think Jack and Amanda have been on the road now for over a week and a half.
Oh, yeah. They went from Vegas. They came to us in Boise for 5 days, played the Flying Pickle Open, and then now here. They haven't been home in a long time. I'd probably say 2 weeks now.
Well, they do live in our front house, so I didn't know when they left. So.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, one-of-a-kind neck cord for Ford, and it brings up a match point for Jack Foster.
Yeah, actually, they've been on the road since Dallas.
Yeah?
They didn't come back to Tennessee after Dallas.
So Ford able to stay alive for the moment. It will freeze Foster at 14. Fellas, which one's a little bit more surprising in their score? The first match we saw in the round of 16 between Mantha and Cangelosi, or this one?
I think this one.
Yeah, this one for sure. Because I think that Ford can hit his way out of things, but Foster's reading everything really well, right? He's anticipating well, where Ford can't pass him right now. Like, it's almost next to impossible. But you saw in that last point, what did Ford do to get the winner? He hit a cross-court drop shot. And then after he hit it, he's pointing at his head. And I think he's thinking, I can't pass him. I've got to try and change something up. So that drop shot, I think he's going to try and implement here.
Something below the net.
Right.
For a player that knows that he can hit his way out of things, though, how difficult is it to go against that initial inclination to go big?
It's very difficult. And you know, we talked about Foster's big serve and big forehand, but his court his kitchen coverage, the way he can take balls out of the air and put pressure on with the volley. When you try to hit through him, you feed him exactly what he wants. You know, if you get a ball down below the net, force him to start hitting up, that volley does not become as effective as the ones above the net. And for Ford, you know, he's come out and he's used to hitting the ball past people, really inserting that power. So and again, right there, the ball is shoulder high, and all Foster has to do is get on top of it and punches it back to the baseline. Whereas if you get something that's might not be as powerful, but it's below the net, now if Foster tries to keep Ford deep, he steps up, takes the ball out of the air, puts pressure on.
Foster finds the back corner and dispatches Zane Ford in straight games. 15-7, 15-6. We will hear from Foster when we come back here on Championship Court. You're watching the AL APP Newport Beach Open.
volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. If I had to describe it in a few words, I would say it's a must, it's effective, and it's stylish.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Classic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. Pro XR, official paddle of the APP Tour. And C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA.
Open up. I'm right outside, you know what's up. It's icy in my veins, boy.
Welcome to Championship Court.
Why you talking? You don't know.
Top seeded Chris Hayworth, he has been stellar all season long, going for his 4th gold medal in men's singles. This is a pair that is very comfortable. They train together. They've got great communication. But for the first time together, are going.
Couldn't get the pieces to the puzzle fit, and they would rather
out
quit
there.
than position it. I'm cracking up. You joking, right? I think it's time to pack it up. Problems from my past, I'm trying to patch it up.
Heavyweight bout here.
Pack it up.
Megan finds gold medal in a match for the
I was
ages.
digging on my seat, standing outside in 100 degrees, yelling, open up. I'm right outside, you know what's up. It's icy in my veins. The battle showing up. Why you talking? You don't know nothing.
Then 6 months ago, and now they are golden.
What's up? It's icy in my veins. The battle showing up. Why you talking? You don't know enough. I pull up at the door and tell them. Always rep the Northeast, but I had to switch the region. Grew up living in the cold weather. Don't you know that I'm freezing? Please open up. I'm right outside, you know what's up. It's icy in my
Cedarquist and Yana Newell are our women's doubles
Why you
gold
talking? You don't know enough. I pull up at the door and tell them.
That was our Vlasic Pickles Instant Classic from Newport Beach in July. And as you may have noticed, we've got ourselves a rematch from the men's singles gold medal match. The top-seeded Chris Hayworth took down John Cangelosi back in July in straight games 15-7, 15-10. And they are getting ready to square off here in our men's quarterfinals. Fellas, what should we expect?
Well, one, isn't it kind of funny how it was the last time we were in Newport, Cangelosi had to come out of qualies and made that run all the way.
So did Mantha.
Yeah.
Mantha came out of
But
qualies.
came out of qualies to make that huge run. And now he's seeded 8th, and unfortunately he's got to play the 1 seed here in the quarterfinal. But again, this is going to be a good matchup. This is a matchup we've wanted to see, almost kind of circle on that schedule to see if it plays out, and it does. So it's going to be a fun one here.
Well, if Cangelosi is going to stand a chance against Hayworth here, and we talked about this back in July, he has to find Hayworth's feet. If he can control the kitchen like he did against Mantha early, where he was just moving it around, he's going to win a lot of the points. Now, Hayworth has a much larger percentage and ground stroke ability to hit a passing shot than Mantha did. So the returns have to be deep. The third shots have to be something that's rolled, that's coming below the net if Hayworth comes forward, or even go with a shorter ball to force Hayworth to come forward, so then you get him hitting up on it.
Hitting up on it and then not able to just grip and rip from the baseline, because Hayworth's just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, from the baseline or midcourt when he can rip a ball, get him up to the kitchen like you're saying, Chad, and almost get him in a try and get him into like a cat and mouse game.
Cangelosi, 33, from Venice, Florida. Something that Cangelosi struggled with in that matchup with Hayworth back in July is he let Hayworth go on runs. You take a look back at that first game, Hayworth was up 10-3, 13-4. Cangelosi wasn't able to side out effectively.
Yeah, there was nothing he could do, really, and the issue was again, we talked about the key being, and I talked to Cangelosi the night before on Saturday when we were here last, and then talked to him after, and the key was he was trying to find the feet of Hayworth, but he was just never able to get that ball down. If he thinks he's going to be able to hit through Hayworth here, there's going to be a little different story because when he played Mantha was blocking a lot of those back. Hayworth is going to counter a lot of those back at the kitchen
it's similar
line.
to what we just saw with Zane Ford and Jack Foster. Ford was trying to hit through Foster.
Didn't work.
It's not going to happen.
Chris Hayworth, 7 medals on tour this year. 6 of them have been golds in men's singles. Safe to say he has been the dominant player on the men's singles side this year. The number 1 seed, the top player in men's singles. We are underway here in this quarterfinal matchup.
Well, that's it right there. So it started off with a little bit slow ball that got below the net. Hayworth couldn't do anything with that volley. It sat up, and then it gives Cangelosi the opportunity to create something.
Missed the backhand there. 1-all.
Yeah.
Oh, what a winner off the forehand wing.
Wow. He's smiling back there after he hit it. I don't even think he expected himself to hit the ball that well right there.
Oh, that was classic from Hayworth right there. It's like, oh, wow, I just hit that? What?
Oh, and he hits that one,
follows
too.
it up with a two-y down the line.
A little fist pump.
And that's a tough two-y right there because he has to flatten this out, right? He doesn't whip this across his body. He flattens it out down the line nicely.
Finding all the lanes is Hayworth.
I'm just going to say this right now. It's already started off how he was played in Chicago against Harry Consins, and he walked off the court. He's like, I've never played like that before. He's just hitting everything in its shape and roll and dip and landing in.
Well, shape, roll, dip, and control, right? He's not trying to overhit any of these too early on.
Ooh, a little too much. The key ball right there was the ball that Cangelosi, that one right there where Cangelosi got it below the net and Hayworth is now stretched out. If he had tried to hit that through Hayworth, he would have continued control of the kitchen line.
Wow. Another big forehand from Hayworth.
Again, started with a nice serve here from Cangelosi. Had Hayworth on his heels a little bit. But then Hayworth cross-court winner again.
Found the feet that time. Hayworth couldn't make the pickup.
Yeah, good spot right there and good volley from Cangelosi. Finally getting that ball down at the feet.
A little emotion from Cangelosi early on as well. Let out a come on.
Oh,
just out of the reach. That's a tough thing to do with Hayworth's 6'4" wingspan.
But if he tries to rip that winner cross court, Hayworth gets it. Right? He takes something off it and makes it bounce. Nice job by Cangelosi.
5-all here in game number 1. As Cangelosi takes the lead. What have you guys liked about the way that Cangelosi has come out in this match?
He's controlled, he's composed. He has made the adjustment of not trying to hit his way out of trouble. When he does feel the pressure, he just slows it down and rolls it below the net.
Gotten a couple gifts from Hayworth on some missed returns. Hayworth misses that forehand as Cangelosi has opened up a 3-point advantage.
Well, what Cangelosi's doing, too, is he's not just going for that ball at the feet. He will 1 or 2, and then he drives the ball. So he's changing the pace up.
Backhand curves just wide.
Ended up catching the inside of that ball a little bit there from Cangelosi. So the tail on it took that ball out wide. Same there on that ball.
A closer margin, but same result. So Hayworth back within 1.
A couple times he's tried to go down that line with the backhand, but he opens up the face and the ball kind of slices away from the line.
Misses the return there. What's Cangelosi looking for on that backhand side when he's trying to go down line?
Well, he actually wants to try to shape it the other way. So if he goes a little bit more toward the outside part of the ball, it can start outside the line and tail in. Because he's, like you said, Dom, opening the face a little bit, and the paddle's coming on the inside, so now it's starting line and tailing out. Just needs to hit a different part of the ball. But it is a very tight space for him to try to pass Chris Hayworth there down the line.
Oh, how did he get it? Oh, it's even better.
That's into
Just missed it, but how many fantastic shots are we going to have in a rally?
I mean, talk about some gets here. That one from Hayworth didn't know whether to go around the post or over the net, and Cangelosi misses by about an inch.
Cangelosi called for a foot fault.
I think he was well in. I think he forgot where he was for a second.
Have you noticed that Hayworth changed his he's brought it up a little bit. It's a little bit flatter.
Missed return.
Instead of shape, he's putting pace.
He's putting pace and hitting a little bit more top of the ball to get it to dive down.
And it's heavier. That one more shape, but
how about the shape on that backhand?
That's dirty right there. Cross court, two-handed backhand roll.
4 straight points for Hayworth. Good touch there from Cangelosi to get the side out.
Thing is, Hayworth's there. He just kind of babied this right here. Again, you don't want to pop it up, and I think he tried to just be a little too fine with it.
Guide it instead of hit it.
Yes.
Misses the return there. We've seen a couple of missed returns. Why is that?
Well, again, Cangelosi's putting a little pressure on, but I think right now when Hayworth's missing that return, probably 2 or 3 of them, he's rushing to try and get up instead of just hit this and then get up.
Oh, great pickup.
Oh,
and
nice.
then Cangelosi misses the backhand.
Rushed it.
And that's been the common theme across all the matches today in terms of the returns. We've had this conversation as we take a look at that point about the rushing the returns.
Yeah, again, it's a huge key because you see these guys trying to get to that kitchen line instead of just returning and coming up. They're trying to do it all at the same time, and you rush through that ball and make a mistake.
Cangelosi misses the backhand there, but why is that a commonality across the matches?
It's because of the pressure your opponents are putting on you, right? Because you're trying to get there and take that advantage of getting to the kitchen line. But instead of getting there and just getting there clean, what's happening is you're trying to rush through it.
Hayworth with a game point up 14-11. Ends it with a forehand winner down the line. Chris Hayworth takes a tight game number 1, 15-11 over John Cangelosi. We will have game 2 coming up next here at the Owl APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The APP is sponsored by Less, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. The Botanist Island Dry Gin, distilled with 22 wild botanicals. And USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. Chris Hayworth up a game here in this men's singles quarterfinal as Hayworth on his quest for a 7th men's singles gold medal. Pushes the forehand wide there to start the second game.
Number 7 going for Chris. Chris, I mean, that's just how dialed in this guy has been all year.
In the words of Beyonce, let me upgrade you. That has been Chris Hayworth this year.
Oh, man. Little Beyonce. I mean, I'm taking away from Cangelosi's net court winner there because I'm stuck on Beyonce. I like it. All right.
Gotta respect the queen, man.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Cangelosi had a lane. Those were the balls, though, that he was hitting against Mantha.
Well, that one needed just a little bit more shape. It flattened out on him, so where he was expecting it to drop in, it just kept on carrying.
Oh, the touch. A great effort from Cangelosi, but how about Hayworth just dropping that ball in the kitchen?
That's a great touch from Hayworth right there, and he doesn't just drop this in the kitchen. He drops this about 6 inches from the net, or just dies right on the other side, and Cangelosi, no chance of getting that one.
Would it be a safe assessment to say that Hayworth may have one of the most complete games on the men's side?
On the single side,
yes.
Yes.
Well, especially since the end of last season, where he really put the effort into conditioning on the court and being able to move better and even a little bit of cat and mouse game.
Misses the return there. Hayworth has talked extensively this season about all the work that he's put into his fitness, added an extra fitness session this year instead of just a practice session counting as his fitness. That time gets the net cord and the edge guard. Point Cangelosi.
I'll take that right there off the net cord. And against Chris Hayworth, you're going to take everything you can get. Those points do not come easy.
And they all look the same on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And Cangelosi had a lead in game number 1. He was up 8-5 before Hayworth ended on a 7-2 run.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Beautifully placed there from Hayworth.
Yeah, but the fact that that ball is actually below the net and Hayworth two-hand roll stretched out.
Swinging volley from Hayworth on the run.
Well, if
wow.
you don't know he can do that, just go to his Instagram page, and he did a video where he did that drill right there. We're taking that ball out of the air through midcourt. So he works on that shot. And there
another
it is.
one,
Again,
take it out of the air.
It's the same thing. He does that in his video, and again, he's working on that. He's showing everybody he's working on that. If you don't work on that, that ball is very difficult to make.
Well, even if Hayworth lets that ball bounce, Cangelosi now has time to recover and get back into a better.
What?
Wow.
Doesn't matter how much time you have to recover
Not
when you
on
hit a
that
backhand
one.
like this.
No. I thought that was going into the middle of the net, and that thing,
That's dirty.
So good it left Chad speechless as Hayworth trying to go back behind Cangelosi and puts it in the net.
And that's tough.
I know that. We're talking about things that are tough. That might be the toughest thing that's happened today.
You guys are hilarious.
We know.
Hilarious.
6-all here in game number 2 between Chris Hayworth and John Cangelosi. The winner will advance to the semifinals to take on Ryler DeHart, who advanced in 3 games.
Yeah,
Just
that's
pushing Cangelosi back with the depth of the shots.
And that's the one Cangelosi's got to make. If he makes that shot and gets it up and over and down, he
Then
takes
he
advantage
takes
of the
control,
point, right?
yeah.
Takes over on that point.
Oh.
Hayworth didn't call.
Hayworth didn't call one on the line. Cangelosi calls that out.
Hayworth is like, I called yours. You've got to call mine.
I don't think that's really how it's played, fellas.
But he does. He does. And Cangelosi does, and he's like, yeah, you're right. I'll give it to you.
With a wry smile as we return to the baseline.
Oh.
Misses the return there. So a point swing as Hayworth retakes the lead.
In all fairness, I think both of those balls were out. I think Hayworth played an out ball.
I would agree. But we know not that one. There's no question about that one. We know not to rely on my line calling skills.
That is very true. Very true.
Listen, I'm good at a lot of things. Calling lines isn't one of them.
Eyesight, not one of them.
Eyesight and math. Two things I struggle with.
You don't math well. That's
even better.
Oh, just one. Angle to angle. Excellent ball there from Cangelosi. Tough with that hard roll on the two-hand backhand that Chris Hayworth has become so good at doing.
Oh, that ball looked like it wasn't coming over the net. You can see Cangelosi looking.
Hayworth didn't think it was coming over either.
Almost no margin on that return from Hayworth. Another ferocious backhand off of the paddle of Hayworth.
I mean, we have a view here from our booth where you can see just how much movement is on Chris Hayworth's ball. That ball is dipping down and moving sideways.
Oh, wow.
Like, if I could throw... Nice gets from Cangelosi.
How does he get those two?
If Hayworth is pitching right there, you're not hitting those breaking balls.
No. They're dropping off the table.
Cangelosi able to side out, still within 4, 8-12.
Oh, you got to make that one because Hayworth didn't come up. He was going to take advantage right there.
And now
rushed.
And now Hayworth within 2 of advancing into the semifinal. Oh, Cangelosi tried to cut it a little too fine. It's match point for the top seed. Oh, he second-guessed himself.
Johnny and Chris having a laugh right there as that ball definitely goes wide.
He's like, I had you leaning the other way.
He hesitated. He wanted to take the ball out of the air, decided to let it drop, and then pulled it. And Cangelosi gives him a favor. It'll be match point number 2 after the error. Oh, he was there. Cangelosi fell down in the middle of the point, and Hayworth buries it in the net.
Cangelosi to a knee. Gets back up and makes the play.
And Cangelosi not going down without a fight, literally. Misses the return.
This is where it starts to get sketchy here, right? Like, you got to slow this momentum down. You can't score unless you're on that serve, and Chad's over here going, timeout.
Oh. And Cangelosi too much on the
wait
serve.
Wait for your opponent to push a serve deep.
Third match point.
Yeah.
Missed return, and Chris Hayworth moves on to the semifinals in straight games over John Cangelosi. We will hear from the top seed when we come back here on Championship Court at the Owl APP Newport Beach Open.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours. Because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live. Live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Involved and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
Welcome back here to Championship Court. Chris, a rematch last time we were here from Newport, you against John Cangelosi. What did you see that you got from that last match that you took advantage of in this match?
Yeah, I know last time it was his first final, I think, on the tour, so I think he was a little bit nervous. So I knew this time a little bit less pressure for him, so I knew he'd play a little more free and play well, and he did. He hit some great shots. Yeah, it was a good match.
So going for your 7th gold medal on tour this year, got to play Ryler to Hart now in the semifinals. What are you looking forward to in that match, and what's going to be your game plan?
I haven't played Ryler since probably like the 2nd or 3rd tournament of the year, just how the draws have worked out. So I'm excited to play him. Last tournament of the year, so I think everyone's feeling good. Their games are pretty much locked in. Yeah, so everyone wants to finish with a good win.
All right, well, congratulations, Chris. We'll take a break. Next up here on Championship Court, a women's pro singles matchup at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Classic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chopped shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with Classic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
What do people want more of? More, oh yeah. More laughs. More hangouts. More, so good. Yeah, give us more of all that little stuff that makes life so great. But if you're older or have certain health conditions, you also have more risk from flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Vaccines help keep you from getting really sick, and that is huge.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
I'm Chef Chad Rosenthal, and I'm here today with Vlasic Pickles to put the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, a dill ball is a shot that is inbounds and is bounced only once. It's a live ball. This Vlasic Pickle Dip is a live ball of pickle flavor. Crunchy pickle perfection.
The APP is sponsored by Owl Paddle. Quiet the competition. Good idea. Primes metabolism, balances blood sugar. And Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Welcome back to Championship Court as we get set for our women's singles quarterfinal between Jana Newell and Dominika Turkovich. We are underway. Newell in the green, Turkovich in the mulberry. Ooh, and a miss hit on the overhead from Newell. Chad, how do you cover, Dom?
Oh, sorry. I was like, what's Dom doing right now? But yeah,
missed return there from Newell. So 2 quick points for Turkovich. And Turkovich, one of those newer names that we've started to see percolate here towards the latter half of the season.
Yeah, she played tennis at Arizona State. Currently doing some training with Lee Whitwell. We saw her in the finals of singles at the Women's Open in Columbus. And that is where she's
start here. A 4-0 run. You gave us a little background, but what should we expect to see from Turkovich's game other than that great overhead?
No, but that's exactly what I was going to say. That's her strength there. If she can step into the ball and really hit a good approach shot, get up to the kitchen line and control it, that's her strength. If she kind of gets pinned at the baseline there a little bit and is moved around, she's not going to cover. She covers the court well, but she's not going to cover the court as well as Jana Newell.
Newell pushes it wide. So in a matchup between power and court coverage, who wins that battle?
Court coverage.
Why?
Because they're going to make you hit one more ball. And then you're going to try and go for too much and end up making mistakes.
Turkovich misses the forehand there, the 24-year-old originally from Croatia. Is Newell able to get on the board, but finds herself trailing by 5 here early in this women's singles quarter.
Wow.
And Turkovich just all over that kitchen line during that point.
Well, even the composure right there, Newell throws up that kind of chop ball that can do a lot once it bounces. And Turkovich just stayed nice and controlled.
Little inside-out forehand. Newell nets it. All Turkovich to start this one.
Yeah, right now Turkovich is hitting good, deep balls, penetrating balls. She's finding the corners and really making Newell scramble. This time Newell with a little more aggressive return, takes that ball earlier, comes forward, puts the pressure on.
Newell was an escape artist in her round of 16 matchup. Dropped the first game 15-13. Took the next two 15-9, 17-15.
Oh,
that was a great angle there.
That ball lands just inside the sideline. This is short, backswing, quick little flick. That's on a little unlucky catching the net cord.
Turkovich has moved through her first 2 opponents in straight games, facing the minimum. Turkovich, again, that's the 3rd or 4th overhead she's been able to put away already here in this first game.
But she's creating it up there at the kitchen line. Her reach and her ability to really hit a solid volley right now is keeping Newell scrambling, and the only thing she can do is throw up that defensive lob. Ball looks wide. And Turkovich
great
is
angle
like,
there.
play it anyway and comes out with it.
And Turkovich in complete control. 11-3 here in the first.
Yeah, so right there, Newell does a better job hitting deeper balls, a couple of feet inside the baseline. Turkovich gets a little stuck.
A little love off of the court, able to stay out of the kitchen, point Newell. And Yana Newell had a good trip to Newport Beach last time as well. Took home a gold in women's doubles alongside Emily Cedarquist.
So that was a better ball there from Newell. Even though Turkovich is up there at the kitchen line, this one gives a little bit more shape. It gets below the net cord, makes it for a much more difficult volley of Turkovich.
A great touch. How do you like that decision from Newell?
No, I think that's an excellent decision. Turkovich is all the way in the corner on the backhand side, and just nice control volley there from Newell. You know, Newell won singles in Dallas 2 weeks ago. So she's starting to warm up here, finding the rhythm, finding those strokes.
Turkovich takes a timeout as she has seen her 8-point lead cut down to just 4. As Newell has worked it back to an 11-7 game number 1. You see Whitwell giving some words of advice. Chad, you know Lee Whitwell very well. What would you be saying to Turkovich in this situation?
Well, I think right now she has to get back onto the offensive and find that approach shot that'll allow her to come up to the kitchen line. You know, right here, look for a good deep return. I would probably say return forehand to then find backhand and follow behind that. Oh, pushed it deep. Yeah, the return was just a little bit more middle there.
The run continues for Yana Newell, make it 5 in a row.
Yeah, see, Newell's now the one that's taking the initiative to come up behind that approach shot and put the pressure on Turkovich from up at the kitchen line.
From a mental standpoint, how important was it for Newell to be able to weather that early storm?
Very big. And again, it's you know, you're playing against somebody who haven't played against as much. Turkovich comes out, she goes on a quick 4-0, 5-1 run, and
Newell's in a competition now with a bug on the court. Our lead ref is taking care of it.
You know, you're in that little bit of a feeling out process. You're trying to find the timing. You're trying to find the approach that you're going to take.
Oh, what a backhand from Turkovich.
Yeah, excellent ball there from Turkovich. A little bit of a hesitation there from Newell to come behind that one as well.
You mentioned the feeling out process, and we've talked extensively throughout the season about the rally scoring. That is one of the detriments to the players of the rally scoring. You don't have as much time.
Yeah, you
and
don't.
That's a great touch there.
You don't have the time, and when you are trying to feel that out, you're giving away points.
You can play yourself out of a game in the first few points if you're not careful. Missed ball there from Newell, side out. 13-11 lead for Turkovich here in the first game.
13-11.
Oof. Oh, great defense. Better defense. Oh, no. Oh, great effort from Newell. Turkovich gets the points, and it is game point for the Croatian.
A couple of those balls looked close to being out on the baseline there. Newell played them And an excellent job from Turkovich, again, coming forward, taking control of the kitchen line.
How does Newell side out coming out of this timeout?
Big return. Big return. Nice deep return to Turkovich. Kind of try to push her back from the baseline a little bit to create a shorter third ball that then Newell can step forward in and put some pressure on. If she doesn't get that deep return, Turkovich is then going to be able to create the pressure, get that deeper approach shot. Right now, it's almost between these two of a race to who can control the kitchen, because that's where they're winning all their points from.
Turkovich looked poised to run away with this first game, leading 11-3 before a late run from Yana Newell. Got it back within one, but Turkovich has been able to withstand, and she has a game point. Easy put away there for Newell.
So right there, nice big return. Puts the pressure on Turkovich, follows behind it.
And importantly for Newell, it freezes Turkovich at 14. Oh, nice cut.
Oh.
Oh. And Newell with a forehand error gives Turkovich another chance at taking game number one.
Well, I think there was a little bit of hesitation on that overhead from Newell as well. Sun is still kind of up in the face of that north side of the court from us. Oh, that was out.
And Newell called
Edge
it long.
guard.
We've seen a couple of edge guard overheads here in this first game. So Turkovich will stay at 14. Newell now at 13.
Oh, that ball's out.
14 all after Turkovich played a questionable ball into the net.
This ball right here was going wide.
14 all. It's easy to say from our perspective. Side out point off of the net core. There have been so many off the net core today already.
That was a good decision from Turkovich right there. She thought about coming forward on the previous forehand, hesitated a little bit, so didn't come forward, got a better ball on that backhand. Ooh.
Gets it on the third try. Dami Turkovich takes game number one over Yana Newell, 16-14. We'll have more when we come back here at the APP Newport Beach Open.
What do you talk about? The news? The sports? A little family gossip, maybe? Nah, you don't do that, right? Well, here's another topic for you. As they get older, their risk of getting really sick from a respiratory virus like flu, COVID-19, or RSV goes up a lot. So talk to them about getting the season's vaccines, because you've still got so much to talk about.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Sports Illustrated, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Franklin X40, official ball of the APP Tour.
And La Victoria brand salsa, Mexican flavor raised in LA. Match still ongoing, but as we take a look at the Zimmer Biomet recovery moment of the match, this was the point that got Turkovich to 14.
Well, again, it's on that two-handed backhand that she really puts the pressure on and comes forward. And then Newell throws up a couple of lobs, is able to recover, but it's that stick volley from Turkovich. She does such a good job controlling the kitchen line while she's up there. Well, that ball just wide.
Turkovich on the board first here in game number 2.
1-0.
Couldn't bring it back in the court. So shades already of game number 1 here in the early stages of game 2.
2-0.
Ooh, just deep.
Newell on the board. And Newell had moments in game number 1, Chad, where she looked like she was going to be able to take control. Couldn't quite overcome the lead that Turkovich had built. Great court coverage, but just wide on the forehand.
Oh.
Nice cut there from Newell. Yana Newell playing her collegiate tennis at Missouri, Kansas City, was a member of the Roos. Met her husband Ben playing there as well.
Oh, that ball's
Good
just wide.
patience from Newell, though, off of the net cord. 3-3.
Oh, just exchanging
trading net cords
right now.
Winner of this match will move on to the semifinals, where they will face the winner of Shelby Bates and Shannon Pretorius, the other quarterfinal in this section of the draw.
Spin him back. Yeah, good touch. And again, good control there from Newell. Gets up to the kitchen line. And this one's definitely going to come down to who can get up to that kitchen line and really control the point. Typically, we see a lot more baseline from the women, but it's definitely getting up to that kitchen line, putting the pressure on in this one, rather than that baseline.
What's the most effective way for each of these players to get to that kitchen line to be able to control the point?
Well, it has to be a big return or a big serve to create the shorter ball coming back that gives them the better ball to approach on. So you saw a big return there from Newell, creates the shorter third shot from Turkovich, and she's able to follow that in.
2-point lead for Newell.
And
This
that
third.
big serve creates shorter return that then she can come forward behind. So that's where the women's game is getting a little bit closer to the men's game as far as controlling that kitchen. But again, it comes down to a big serve creating the shorter return or a big return creating the shorter third.
Timeout taken by Turkovich as she is trailing by 3 here in game number 2. Won the first 16-14. That's Eric Lang in the gray top, pink shorts in the corner of Jana Newell. I asked you in game number 1 what you would say to Turkovich during a timeout. What would you say here to Newell?
I mean, for Newell, it's kind of just stay the same right now. Come out, another big serve, kind of, I'd almost say going into the body of Turkovich. She does really well when she can get those arms extended. So big serve into the body to create that shorter return. And just when you get that opportunity to hit that approach shot, take it. Don't hesitate on it.
Back to play with Newell leading 7-4.
So
nice backhand overhead there.
Yeah, and right there, Newell goes into the body of Turkovich, jams her up a little bit, gets the shorter ball, goes deep into the corner to that forehand side to open up that backhand volley cross court.
Ooh. More good coverage from Newell, but Turkovich was waiting for it.
Well, and that was a better return there from Turkovich. It wasn't the deepest return, but it was wider. So now Newell is having to scramble a little bit. Wow.
Ooh, Newell just inside the line for the winner.
Big pickup off the half volley there for Newell. Just catches the line.
Turkovich really wanted to call it out at first glance and said, you know what, it's good. Ooh, Newell coming forward with a little extra there.
So Turkovich was trying to follow that return up and put that pressure on, but the difficulty with that one is she didn't get the return deep enough. So by the time Newell was hitting the ball, she wasn't even at the kitchen line.
Couldn't make the pickup there. Game 2 going the way of Jana Newell as she has opened up a 6-point advantage. Missed
serve.
Return.
Yeah, big serve there from Newell.
What's been the biggest difference here in the second game?
Newell's been a little bit more aggressive and really looking to get that ball deeper. Hesitation there on the approach shot.
A point for Turkovich. Newell still able to double her up here in this second game after Turkovich took the first 16-14. Oh, swinging half volley, but missed it. Trying to dot that back corner.
Yeah, good pressure there from Newell. Just overswung a little bit on that swing volley.
Missed third there. We talk about timing so much, and there may be no other shot where it's more important than a swinging volley.
Oh, absolutely.
Backhand pulled wide, so trading side outs here. Oh,
Jana
back corner
Newell.
pocket winner, Jana Newell.
But again, that's the court coverage and the scramble. Excellent forehand on the run there from Newell. Goes back behind Turkovich.
You don't often see a forehand on the run go cross court. Typically the easier ball is down line. But Newell has worked herself here a game point. Trying to send it to a winner-take-all game 3. Turkovich able to stave it off for the moment.
Well, and that's the issue right there of taking that forehand down the line. Most tennis players want to hit that on the run forehand back cross court because their opponent is going to shade that line a little bit more. Oh, Turkovich throws it back cross court.
And Newell giving it a little extra stare as she can't believe it dropped in. So Turkovich within 4. 10-14. Overhead put away gives Newell a second chance at closing out game number 2.
Yeah, good aggressive return there from Newell. Go big serve into the body, create that shorter return.
Newell able to close it out off of the error from Turkovich. We will head to a game number 3 here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. There's still plenty more ahead here at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
We are thrilled to announce that Janice Yeti is the Partake Community Hero for the OWL APP Newport Beach Open. After retiring as a flight attendant, Janice discovered her love for pickleball while searching for a new hobby with friends. From the moment she started playing, she was hooked. Janice seizes every opportunity to play and eagerly volunteers at any APP tournament nearby. During the APP's last Newport Beach event, she dedicated all 5 days to supporting the tournament in every way possible. Cheers to Janice and Yeti for her incredible dedication as we are underway in a winner-take-all Game 3 here in our women's singles quarterfinal between the top-seeded Yana Newell and Dami Turkovich.
There was a little bit of hesitation there from Newell whether she was going to call that serve deep or not. Looked extremely close from here.
In every game, Turkovich has gotten out to the early lead. Pulls the backhand wide there.
Yeah, timing was just off a little bit on that one.
This will be back-to-back matches for Newell that have gone the distance.
Yeah, was an excellent ball there from Newell. Shorter, angled ball. So not only is Turkovich having to slide to the left to cover court, now she's having to come forward as well.
Oh, great coverage. Whew. And Newell able to get there, but puts the forehand in the net. And court coverage is just ridiculous, though.
It is. It is. And so is the power and the two-hand backhand there of Turkovich. Well, that's in. That one's not, though.
Turkovich extends the lead back to 2. Between Turkovich and Hayworth in the men's semi, we've seen some really nice, or men's quarter rather, we've seen some really nice backhands over the last hour plus here on Championship Court. A nice angle there from Newell.
Yeah, good job there from Newell to open the court up. Sideline to sideline.
3-4. Missed the backhand, fully extended. Turkovich had Newell on the ropes in game number 1. She was up 11-3 before Newell made a late run. Game 2 similarly tight. Newell taking it 15-10, which is how we've arrived at this game number 3 here in our women's singles quarterfinal. Pulled wide. Newell trying to double up, but the backhand error gives Turkovich a 4-point advantage.
Well, it was good pressure there from Turkovich. It almost seemed like it was a tougher ball to hit an approach shot on, but the movement actually forced Newell to rush her shot.
Newell taking a timeout off of the missed return. 5-point lead for Turkovich. And Judd, how have you seen this match evolve on both sides in terms of the adjustment that the players have made and taken here into game number 3?
Well, right now, Newell's timing is off a little bit. She's tried to rush the last few points, and Turkovich has added just a little bit more power to that as well. So it's potentially what has caused the mistiming for Newell, but I wouldn't count Jana Newell out right now. It's only 8-3. We're going into the end change. And, she has the ability to really make this switch. Watch for Newell to go a little bit bigger on the return here.
Just paints the back line, does Newell.
Yeah, good pressure there.
Ooh, little injection of pace there on the swinging volley.
Well, right now it's trading off. Big returns, come forward, control that kitchen line. I know I've said it over and over in this one, but both these ladies right now looking to control that kitchen line. Oh, that ball's wide.
I'm not sure that there is a woman on tour that gets out of the corners better than Jana Newell.
No, and that's what I was talking about with the court coverage there of Newell. It's forcing Turkovich to go from corner to corner and just hitting into such small areas because Jana Newell can get to so many balls.
Gets the touch there. It's reminiscent of the way that Novak Djokovic plays. The margins are so small that he forces his opponents to hit airs because they're trying to hit the perfect shot.
Absolutely.
Newell making
I'm sure Newell will appreciate that you're
comparing
her to Novak Djokovic,
to arguably the greatest tennis player of all time. Missed backhand there from Turkovich gets Newell back within 2. If I remember correctly, Newell's ideal doubles partner is Roger Federer, but I'm sure she'd take Novak. 7-9.
Oh, with the splits.
How good was that point?
Well, it was the double up from Newell on the backhand side. Opened up the court. I thought the point was over, but Turkovich getting to that forehand, fully stretched out, slides into the splits.
Not just showing off the athleticism, showing off the flexibility.
I'm still rolling around on the court right now.
We'd be carrying you off.
I
Me too.
I mean, I would have given up after like 4 balls into that rally, but anyway.
Well, there's a reason that you're here and they're there.
Absolutely. The fact that I'm like 20 years older than them.
Well, you know what? I wasn't going to take a shot at your age. I figured that was just unfair.
Oh, that ball's just wide. I did have I went and played golf earlier this week, and when I checked in, the guy's like, 55 and over discount, right? I'm like, what? Excuse me? Wow.
Oh, Newell lets out a come on as Turkovich can't make the pickup, and we are tied at 10. Turkovich taking a timeout as Newell has battled back here in game number 2. I mean, Chad, what's this one going to come down to?
I mean, what I've said this whole match is who is going to come up and control that kitchen line. I'm going to give a slight edge to Jana Newell right now. Just not only is she closed the deficit here on the tail end of game 3, but it's the court coverage, it's the experience in these situations. She does have a tendency at times to kind of falter and float away for a little bit, but she's done a really good job of reeling everything back in.
Newell coming off of her first career gold in women's singles in Dallas. She's no stranger to big moments, has won a multitude of medals in women's doubles as well. Lets it sail long, and Newell takes the lead.
Yeah, again, getting up, controlling that kitchen line, taking the balls out of the air, and getting or cutting down the reaction time for Turkovich.
Oh, great angle. Newell is on an 8-2 run.
I think in this situation right here for Turkovich, you know Newell's going to be coming forward. If you can't get that deeper ball and keep her back, you have to get something below the net, but it has to go over the net and then below the net, not just, anyway. It's been a bit of a smarty pants right there.
That's so unusual for you.
But no, just to add a little bit more roll to it, not necessarily has to be the hardest ball.
Jana Newell applying the pressure, and she has earned herself a match point. Turkovich taking another timeout, trying to ice Newell, who was trailing at the end change 8-3. Since then, Newell has gone on an 11-2 run. What's been the biggest reason for that?
Pressure, court coverage and pressure. She's forcing Turkovich to hit one more ball or to go for those smaller margins or smaller percentages, higher margin for error.
I asked you in game number 1 between power and court coverage, which wins out. You said court
coverage.
And Newell 1 point away from making that a reality here in this women's singles quarterfinal against Dami Turkovich.
And, Newell doesn't lack power either. She has a very big forehand. She can stroke that two-hand backhand as well and add some power and shape. But it's the court coverage that's really coming down to it here.
Newell ends it on a 12-2 run. She is moving on to the semifinals with a 3-game victory over Dami Turkovich. We will hear from Newell when we return here at the Al APP Newport Beach Open.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
Jana Newell moving on to the semifinals after dropping game one against Dominika Turkovich. Newell rallies back and takes it 15-10, 15-10. The court coverage, the power, the control. We'll throw it down to Dorian Kraft, who's courtside for our Franklin post-match interview.
When my hearing changed, Hearing Life understood. I don't just want to keep hearing my friends. I want to keep being me.
Book a complimentary hearing assessment with one of our hearing professionals and see how our personalized care can help you keep being you. Love your ears at Hearing Life.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing. Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
We're back here on Championship Court. Top seed Yana Newell moving on to the semifinal with a 3-game win over Dami Turkovich. Yana, what was the biggest adjustment that you made after dropping game number 1?
I tried to keep playing my game, but Dami went on a run in the first game. She went on a run in the third game. So I think biggest thing for me was just not focusing on the score, just focusing on my game, you know, trying to come in, put some pressure on her. And luckily I ended up on the side with the wind, which helped me to come back from 3-8. And, yeah, just putting a little bit more pressure, but great match. I'm glad I pulled it off.
You talk about trusting your game. You're coming off of your gold medal in Dallas. How much confidence does that give you coming into this tournament and being in tough moments like you were?
I try not to think about it. When I saw that I was #1 seed for this event, I did not like it. I absolutely don't like this kind of stuff because it puts a lot of pressure. All the girls I played today, they played great. They were playing loose, tough matches. So I'm just trying not to think about that and just being present in the moment, and it's just me and the ball.
Well, feeling pressure or not, you played great. You're moving on to the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of action ahead here at the AL APP Newport Beach Open.
When my hearing changed, hearing life understood. I don't just want to keep hearing my friends. I want to keep being me.
Book a complimentary hearing assessment with one of our hearing professionals and see how our personalized care can help you keep being you. Love your ears at Hearing Life.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
16 years. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours. Because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live. Live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterme.com today. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Rain Energy, clean, plant-based energy.
Welcome back here to Championship Court at the Owl APP Newport Beach Open. Men's semifinal number 1 for you, Grayson Golden and Jack Foster. Chad, we've already seen Jack Foster earlier today. He's playing really well. What's he going to have to do here to slow down Grayson Golden?
Well, again, it's going to come down to Foster's big serve and the big forehand. If he can play a little bit cleaner than Golden, then he's going to stand a good chance here. Typically, Grayson Golden isn't one to ease off on the throttle a little bit. He's going to take those chances and swing big. And typically when we have seen Golden have a few issues, it's when he tries to do a little too much. You know, if that ball, if Foster can give a ball that's out of Grayson Golden, out of Golden's strike zone, which for him is kind of knees to waist. Golden struggles a little bit more with that ball that's mid-shin, or even something that is bouncing up kind of below the rib cage. So, and Foster has that ability with that big serve where he gets a kick to come up.
Well, you talked about it. Grayson Golden, he is all throttle, no break. I mean, for the most part. He is not going to slow his game down for anybody. He's going to play and swing away. That's what got him here.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd like to see Golden kind of stay at that 70 to 80% range.
Yeah,
you know, that's his happy medium right there. Once he starts getting a little bit higher, then the mistakes come in, and he has more than enough power at that 70 to 80% swing range where he can really put some pressure on Foster, especially if he can find the backhand.
There's about a 70% backhand down the line right there. If he tries to do too much with that one, it's either going to go wide or long.
Yeah. Yeah, nice control there from Golden. Again, just looking for the shape. He's not trying to hit through Foster right there. Just a little flat from Golden. Foster's going to have to put a little bit more pressure on with those returns as well.
There's big serve there from Foster, as you called it, Chad. He needs to go for it. Continue to be aggressive. Get some mistakes off of his big serve.
2-2. A nice return there from Golden. Shortens up the backswing, takes that ball early on the Foster serve.
Watch Golden serve. He does not take a big backswing. Almost the opposite of Jack Foster. He really goes short and sweet and creates off of his finish.
Big serve there again from Golden. 5-2. Well, the thing, it has a ton of pace, but it's got so much shape. As we see,
we'll get a timeout. Yeah, timeout here from Foster at 6-2. And talk about that shape, Chad, that you're just about to hit on.
Well, right now, it's giving Foster some issues because Grayson's able to hit that serve so deep with the heavy top spin that it almost looks like it's going to go a foot out, but it ends up landing just inside the baseline. If the timing's not perfect, then that ball pops up. It creates the shorter ball that then Golden can step into. So Foster needs to look for a little bit shorter backswing, kind of flatten out that return a little bit. Foster's typically one that he likes that ball to get close to the body on the return and just looks to push it deep.
As opposed to most players who want to extend.
Yeah.
Foster almost likes that ball closer to himself. That little unorthodox. Big serve from Grayson Golden right there. Gets a free point. Both these boys getting some free points off their big serves. You hit on early, Chad. It's going to be a key here. Wow. Wow.
But also, too, right there, and we talked about Hayworth serve earlier today. Golden is right at that. That ball's deep as well. Golden's right at that legal limit of paddlehead. Oh, my goodness. It's almost flat at contact. When Golden's on with the serve and he's controlled with the ground strokes.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
It's just he's close to Chad. I hate saying it. Unbeatable. Same thing with Hayworth. When he's on with those ground strokes.
Golden going straight for the body of Foster right there.
A nice volley up at the kitchen line by Grayson Golden again, getting that ball down. The key on that volley to stick it. He gets that hand up early, out in front, sticks that ball down at the feet of Foster. Such a good return right there, right? We talk about that, Chad. The key in singles, too. A good return. Nice deep return there from Foster. Needs about 7 more of those.
So we haven't seen Golden playing as controlled as he is right now. We've seen him taking pace off of the roll. We saw it on the forehand there as well. Typically, Golden's going to try and rip through that. But it's also that ball that Foster wants. Foster wants the higher ball. He wants you to try to hit through him so he can hit cleaner volleys. Golden taking something off it, adding shape, getting the ball below the net.
Oh, wow. That
sideline to sideline. Catching both lines right there.
And that's how you do it right there, Chad. But again, it's a great volley on the backhand side from Grayson Golden, cutting that backhand cross court and dotting the line. Again, taking some pace off right there, Chad. You're talking, you're motioning the dip and the action.
I'm throwing breaking balls right now.
We'll give Grayson Golden his first opportunity at game number 1 at 14-5.
Right there, Foster's taking, it's almost a chop return. Very little backswing, flat paddle.
Oh, little love off the tape right there from Golden. He'll take it. Oh, verbal warning here for Jack Foster. Game point number 2 here for Grayson Golden. Oh,
nice touch.
Talk about disguising it there. Almost looked like he was going to slap the backhand, and last second just goes inside out. Drop shot.
Golden talking to himself after that one. But good control there from both guys. Foster reaching in, flicking that ball cross-court on the backhand side.
This is where it starts to get dicey. Right now you're within striking distance as Foster, and if I'm Golden, maybe one more.
I was going to say one, maximum two. Yeah. Well, there you go.
I was about to say now I would, but again, one more guaranteed, and Golden, I don't know if he heard us, he's kind of close to the booth. But again, Golden burning that timeout because feeling a little bit of momentum from Foster. Chet, it was 14-5. Now it's 14-9. A 4-point run here for Foster. What has he done to kind of get back in this? And even if he doesn't, say, come out on top of this first game, does he think he has some momentum going into game two?
Well, I think it does help with the momentum going into game two. He has, shortened up the backswing on the return. He had a couple of nice returns that forced the error from Golden. But it wasn't even the depth of it. It was the height. Grayson Golden hits everything with a lot of topspin. A ball that is mid-shin becomes a lot more difficult to keep down when you're hitting with topspin compared to something that's mid-thigh. I'd almost look for Foster here. Again, go for big serve. If the opening's there, hit the passing shot. If not, roll something. Doesn't have to bounce, but you just want something that's going to be below the net that forces Golden to hit up on it.
Nice get from Foster deep in the corner right there, but again, just too much movement right there by Grayson Golden, corner to corner.
Well, and with that ball being above the waist there and above the net, Golden's able to take that early and force Foster to scramble.
Oh, and holds off game point number 3, does Jack Foster. Now within 4 is Foster. Rally scoring here on the APP. Golden has to win on his serve.
Oh, just deep.
Had the shot, had the line.
Yeah, didn't quite get the top spin that Foster needed right there, but again, Foster is continuing on the rally scoring. Golden has to win on his serve, and he does right there.
So number 4, the charm there for Grayson Golden as he takes game number 1, 15-10. Game 2 right on the other side of this break from the Owl APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP.
Always look further. Seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Game 1 going the way of Grayson Golden, but Jack Foster made a nice run at the end. See if he can continue that momentum here in game number 2.
Yeah, this catching that ball just a little late there on the forehand.
In between right there. And that's the tough part right there. Is that ball's high, but Golden's got a ton of topspin on it. So it's in between for Foster to either play that or let that go. Love that return, Chad. Nice low and deep.
Well, and that's where Foster needs to be. It doesn't have to be, a big swing. And that's what we talked about when we went with Zane Ford when he was hitting off of the Foster serve. Shorter backswing, just punch it through. And even right there on that ground stroke there, Foster just needs to, that ball gets on him so quick. Just shorten up the backswing. Try to take that ball a little earlier. Wow.
How does Grayson Golden get out of that one, Chad? That was tough.
A little bit of a miss hit there on the overhead from Foster, and excellent court coverage there from Golden.
So take a timeout here, will Jack Foster down 4-1 here early in game number 2. And for me, Chad, that's the key word. It's early in game number 2 with rally scoring. You're only down 3. But again, it's Golden just fighting his way out of points where Foster was in control, especially that last point. So out of this timeout, I'm going to look for Grayson Golden, be aggressive on his serve. But the key here is Foster got to keep that return deep.
Yep.
And the hard part is you got to keep it kind of low, too. You
Well,
got to make
that's
Golden.
what I was going to say. Even if it's not deep, it has to be low.
Yep. Make him hit up on the ball instead of that ball coming thigh high and him able to step into that and create that shape and that power.
But we are seeing Golden play a lot more composed, and he has spent a little bit more time doing some on-court stuff with Chris Hayworth, and those guys are kind of been going back and forth. We're seeing Golden take a little bit off of some of the 3rd, 5th, 7th. Oh, wow.
That's just so tough right there again. That ball's high going past Foster. But again, it's hard to lay off that.
Yeah, it looks
looks
like it's going to be out, and then it's 1.5 feet, 2 feet in.
Oh,
no, just wide.
Foster called it wide right off the paddle of Golden. Then as I think he's watching it going, that's got to go out, please. Foster finally putting a crooked number up on the board, but then gives it right back with that serve into the net. But again, got to go for your serve here. You got to try and put pressure on. Oh, off the tape, and he'll take it right there.
Was as close as you can get on an overhead right there. Hits it straight. Foster making some comments back here towards the booth.
Just a little long right there from Golden, and we hear Foster going, you're still in this, talking to himself right here, and he is. He's within striking distance. Ball's in. Oh, no, it just went long. A little too much swing right there on that.
Well, that's an excellent ball there from Golden as well. It's low when it gets to the paddle of Foster. It has the shape on it that now he has to open the paddle just a little bit.
off the tape and out. Foster down 4 here with ball in hand. Cannot continue to just keep siding out here. Got to close this gap in this rally scoring format.
Foster just lets that ball get a little too deep on him again. It comes out flat. He needs that shape. Good return from Golden.
Oh, has that inside out right there, but again, just trying to do a little too much with it. Foster needs the answer here on serve. That's a nice setup.
But it was
right?
smarter there. Another deep return there from Golden. Instead of Foster trying to hit a heavy ground stroke, he rolls it, he drops it down below the net, gets the shorter ball, then he can be more aggressive on.
I like that right there. Nice big serve. But, Chad, again, the point before, Foster almost going doubles mentality.
Yep.
Going drop third, attack fifth, right? And so, again, being aggressive on that fifth, that shorter fifth after the drive third, or drop third, excuse me. I like that kind of approach, and that's what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to get that ball down. And it's kind of like the philosophy we talk about when Chris Hayworth's on court, get that ball down to his feet. Do you feel that that's kind of a similar pattern that needs to be done against Grayson Golden?
Well, I don't even think that Foster needs to find Golden's feet. I think he just needs to get something below the net that forces Golden to hit up on it. Because as soon as that ball is below the net, Golden's not able to be as aggressive with the volley. You know, it gives the opportunity for Foster to then be aggressive off of that final ball. Right now, well, earlier on, game one, early on here in game two, he was trying to do a little too much off of that third shot. The ball was getting deep to the body. He was trying to hit some passing shots, and it just stays flat.
That's a nice little run here from Foster. Was down by 4. Now back within 1 with a chance, an opportunity to tie it with a serve here.
Yeah. Foster thought that ball was going wide.
He watched it the whole way, never even moved to it. That's tough right there as Golden holds, kind of slows the momentum down for the time being. There's the Chris Hayworth drill. Take that ball through midcourt out of the air. Don't allow your opponent to set up and take that ball right back at your opponent. He goes down the line with the winner. Such a good setup from Foster and a good return, though, Jack.
Yeah. Good return there. Foster tried to do just a little too much with that backhand. You saw the head of the paddle just get a little too far behind. The paddle face opens more. Again, Golden going to the backhand side of Foster. Creates the pop-up, steps forward, takes that ball out of the air, gives himself match point.
Good angle there from Foster, holding on and fighting off the first match point from Grayson Golden. Now Foster back with that 4-point deficit. He had cut it to 1 at 10-9, but now back in that hole of 4. This is where it gets interesting with the hold here for Golden, as he's got a game and match point on his paddle if he gets the ball back.
Just out.
Golden will get a second opportunity here at match point.
14-10.
Wow, inside out, forehand, cross-court drop for the winner for Grayson Golden, and he takes it here, 15-10, 15-10. And we'll move on to the gold medal match on Sunday. We'll take a break. Be back here on Championship Court at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
Less is more, unless it's less beer. That tire.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
And it's Grayson Golden moving on to the final here in men's singles in Newport over Jack Foster. More controlled Golden. Shape, power, precision. I'm going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside for our post-match interview.
All right, Grayson, we'll hit on it in the booth. We're going to hit on it right now. You playing a lot of power, but with that paddle and again with your game, you're seeming to tone it down a little bit, create a little more shape. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the evolution of the pickleball game coming from tennis. You know, I have a good foundation, but as you evolve, right, a lot of the guys, they'll get used to that power, that spin. So kind of just have to evolve the game as we go. So I've been working on that the past couple of months, you know, working in some drops, working in some cross-court passes, some off-speed line shots, and it's really helping a lot. But also, I want to say good match to Jack. He's a great player. I thought I came out firing, but good tournament to him, and we continue to battle.
All right, Grayson, moving on to your final again on Championship Sunday. You're going to be playing the winner of Ryler DeHart and Chris Hayworth. What are you going to be looking for in this matchup and what you're looking forward to on Sunday?
Yeah, just going to watch some patterns. I know the players both very well. Good friends with both of them. Ryler actually was my assistant coach at Alabama, so I have a lot of history with both. Roll Tide. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch a little bit and looking forward to Sunday.
All right, congratulations, Grayson. We'll take a break here from the OWL APP Newport Beach Open, but next on Championship Court, Ryler DeHart and Chris Hayworth to see who meets Grayson Golden in that final on Sunday.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
6
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. Yola, for the champion in you. And Roots Farm Fresh, the cleanest, crispiest fries you'll try. Welcome back to Championship Court as we get set for our second men's singles semifinal between the top seed Chris Hayworth and Ryler DeHart. DeHart in the long sleeve at the bottom of your screen, Hayworth at the top in blue.
DeHart getting some early love off the tape right there. He'll take it against Chris Hayworth. You take it any way you can against Chris Hayworth, Dorian.
We saw John Cangelosi suffer that same fate when it came to the net court. And how about that forehand inside out from DeHart?
Quick 2-0 lead for DeHart. Wow.
A smart decision there from DeHart as he's run off 3 straight to start the match.
Well, he stuck that backhand volley beautifully.
Sprays the forehand wide there. A couple of highly accomplished collegiate tennis players squaring off here on the pickleball court. Hayworth was a standout at Oklahoma State, while Ryler DeHart, a 2-time All-American and national champion at Illinois for a brief stint on the ATP Tour. Put that into the net. So Hayworth back-to-back points to get back within 1.
Oh, threads the needle with a backhand perfectly.
I mean, that's full sprint to the sideline to get to that ball, too. Nice job by Hayworth.
3-3. Wide open court.
Riley DeHart doing his patent scarecrow up at the kitchen line. Right there as he comes up and just puts both hands up in the air going, where do I go?
Not too much on the serve, makes it 4-all. Where might DeHart be able to find an advantage against this game of Chris Hayworth, Dom?
Let this point develop and just missing. But again, it's DeHart using his length to his advantage. He gets to the kitchen line. He's long. And as long as he can read Hayworth, that's going to be an advantage for him.
DeHart 6'3", Hayworth 6'4". A couple of tall, long players as that push just wide.
All tied up here at 5. Nice little run to get back in it by Hayworth. Oh, and DeHart
missed return.
Just hooking that forehand wide.
And DeHart's another one of those players that we've seen really kind of come into his own, it feels like, in men's singles especially this year.
Yeah, he hits a really clean forehand and keeps him in a lot of points, a lot of games, a lot of matches. There's neither one of these boys rushing to get to that ball on the sideline there.
Listen, we don't have a serve clock. It's fine.
DeHart laughing. I think he heard me as he's walking back.
Leisurely
again,
little stroll.
Hey, you take it any way you can in singles, any kind of break.
Another error off of the forehand wing gives DeHart the 1-point lead.
That's a nice roll down the line there for DeHart. You put some shape on it. It makes it hard for Hayworth to volley that last ball.
Oh, DeHart, another inside-out forehand, and it's going to look different because it's coming off of the left-handed paddle.
Well, and the interesting thing is DeHart can do it either way. He can go inside out, or he can whip that ball back cross-court. So Hayworth's got to respect both of them.
Oh, Hayworth finding some space now. And this one could be a very entertaining matchup between these two.
Yeah, again, both big hitters. Again, both long, can get to the kitchen line immediately. Rushing it right there is DeHart, trying to get to that kitchen line like I mentioned.
Return error makes it 8-all. And both students of the game as well, they really understand how to construct points to give themselves the best advantage, as Hayworth knew to take it right back down the line.
Well, it's the same ball. And Hayworth had this ball earlier. DeHart's a great return, hard down the line. Hayworth dead sprint, flattens out this two-handed backhand down the line for another winner.
DeHart can't make the pickup as Hayworth takes the 2-point lead.
Again, just trying to be a little too perfect with that ball right there. But Hayworth does that to you. He forces you to try and be perfect because he gets everything.
Can you tell you and I have worked together long enough? Because I was going to ask you exactly why, and you answered my question before I asked it. And then Hayworth comes through with the winner.
Well, what you're seeing Hayworth do is Hayworth is finding the backhand side of DeHart right now. So he's finding that backhand side and finding some success down that line to the right side of Riley DeHart.
Why is it, though, that Hayworth is targeting that backhand side? What does he feel like he can exploit?
Well, it's not even that he can exploit anything. It's I don't want to go to the DeHart forehand. It's not exploiting the backhand, but I'm going to rather have DeHart punching the backhand rather than punching and swinging away at that forehand. So it's a tough decision, but again, it's a higher percentage for Hayworth going to the backhand side because DeHart is sitting heavy on the forehand.
DeHart got off to a good start, took the early 3-point lead, trading points since then. Hayworth able to pull away a little bit prior to this timeout. What does DeHart need to do coming out of this timeout to get back to those first couple of points?
Well, again, he's got to make sure he can try and hit that forehand. If he can hit that forehand, that's going to be his advantage. See, that's a good setup right there, right? So Hayworth goes to the backhand. DeHart volleys the backhand, just punch blocks. Then he opens up the forehand side for the winner.
12-8 in favor of the top seed. Too deep in the court for the DeHart forehand. And all Chris Hayworth right now here in game number 1 as he has opened up a 13-8 advantage. Winner of this match moves into Championship Sunday where they will face Grayson Golden, who took down Jack Foster in straight games. Hayworth just ripping the forehand.
I mean, it's textbook right now, because what you're seeing now is DeHart kind of leaning on that right foot on the backhand side because Hayworth has hit so many that way, and now all of a sudden he's got to protect it.
A service error as Hayworth went a little bit bigger on game point number 1.
Why not? Oh, nice ball right there from DeHart, just keeping that forehand in.
Catches the back line. And we've seen this frozen 14 be an issue for some players today as Hayworth misses the return.
Yeah, you get that cushion. You're frozen on 14, can only win on your serve. So DeHart can catch up here.
That time overcooked it, gives Hayworth another opportunity at taking game number 1. Hayworth finds some space for the winner as he takes game number 1, 15-11 over Ryler DeHart. The top seed 1 game away from punching his ticket to Championship Sunday.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hip. If I had to describe it in a few words, I would say it's a must, it's effective, and it's stylish.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Chris Hayworth 1 game away from moving into Championship Sunday. Hayworth in pursuit of his 7th men's singles gold medal on tour this season. As that off of the paddle of DeHart sails wide.
It's just so pretty. Like his stroke is just so pretty. Like down the line, the backhand, the forehand.
A miss ball. I would say that it almost looks effortless. I know it's not, but the fluidity of his strokes makes it look like he's not putting that much effort behind it.
100%.
Another missed return there as Hayworth has flipped the script here in game number 2, running off the first 3 points.
3-0.
Backhand cross-court winner was a thing of beauty.
Well, just dialed in right now. He's picking up where he left off in game number 1. And like you said, flipped the script. DeHart had a 3-0 lead in game number 1, and now all of a sudden it is Chris Hayworth taking control early.
4-0.
That time puts the forehand in the net as DeHart gets on the board.
Well, nice job by DeHart keeping that ball low at the feet of Chris Hayworth.
Missed return. DeHart had to go 3 games in his quarterfinal against Kwando.
Nice job there from DeHart getting Chris Hayworth on the run, finally setting up a point that he could take control of.
Match a game of runs, 3 straight from DeHart. Couldn't quite cut it enough side out. Hayworth really pushing DeHart back off of that baseline a couple of times in that rally.
Rushed it. Wasn't as smooth. Kind of got a little irky-jerky there. He's got to slow himself down. Just stay smooth like he has been.
Is that an analytical term, irky-jerky?
100%.
Easy placement there for Hayworth, putting it on the feet of DeHart. Top seed on top of Ryler DeHart. 6-4 here in game number 1. Hayworth took the first 15-11. That have made it 3 consecutive games. Is that just on the line? 3 consecutive games Hayworth has taken 15-11.
Unreal. Again, that's luck right there. You can't call that. It's very tough to say, I'm going to win every game this way, especially in rally scoring. Ooh.
That time misses it.
DeHart still here within 2.
And taking a page out of the Hayworth playbook with the swinging volley.
Well, that swinging volley through midcourt, it's not something new, but it's something you're seeing a lot of players working on now and really focusing on that. A lot of players do and used to always take that ball out of the air, but not with much success. Now you're seeing much more success with that shot. Nice drop shot cross court there from DeHart to even things all up here at 7 apiece. Game 2.
3-point run for DeHart. Oh, Hayworth finding the last fraction of an inch.
Oh, that's dirty cross-court backhand from Hayworth to slow the momentum of Ryler DeHart.
If you're DeHart, how demoralizing is it? You play a good point, and then your opponent catches the tail end of the line and then rips a winner like that.
Well, I mean, it's tough. I mean, sometimes you got to tip your cap to your opponent and be like, hey, nice shot. And that's the last 2 right there, the backhand cross-court dink winner and then the forehand rip winner.
Hayworth misses the forehand, keeps DeHart within 1.
Oh, DeHart knew he was in trouble from the beginning. As soon as Hayworth hit it, he was grunting, trying to get there. That's a good cross-court drop from Hayworth.
Absolutely falls off the table.
10-8.
A great effort from DeHart on the first, but it set up the alley for Hayworth on the second.
Well, I like where Hayworth goes with this. He doubles up to the same side. After he gets DeHart off balance on the forehand, instead of going back right at him or to the opposite, he just doubles up to the forehand side, finds a winner.
DeHart takes the timeout, trailing 8-11 here in game number 2, down 3, down a game. If you were in DeHart's corner right now, what would you tell him about what he needs to do moving forward out of this timeout?
Well, again, it's similar to what we saw in the first semifinal with Foster and Grayson Golden, where Chad and I were talking about getting the ball down to Grayson Golden's feet by Jack Foster. I'd like to see Ryler DeHart drop in a ball like at the feet of Chris Hayworth. Just get it down, make him play it off the bounce, then come in and attack that 5th shot after he plays the ball off the bounce. But again, easier said than done. Chris Hayworth, every bit of 6'3", 6'4", it's hard to get anything down to his feet, especially when he gets up to the kitchen line and controls it.
Is the inability to find the feet more about the decision-making of DeHart, or is it the shot-making of Hayworth?
I think it's the execution of DeHart. What can DeHart do? Can he execute? He's got to be able to execute here. And again, I think he can do it. He's just got to attempt it. We haven't really seen much of that attempt.
A great effort from DeHart, but again, Hayworth puts it just out of reach.
Again, it's the grunting of Ryler DeHart. As soon as Hayworth hits this, he's grunting because he's trying to get to a spot, and it's tough because he hits a perfect spot, does Hayworth.
12-9. Just clips the tape.
You hear DeHart, and I'm watching him because he's facing us right now in the booth, and as that ball hit the tape, it was like, oh, thank God. Sigh of relief.
Take it any way you can get it. Oh, what a pickup, but it just sails wide.
I thought that pickup was going to drop, but a good job there on the backhand of Ryler DeHart getting that ball to bounce.
A smart decision by DeHart, forcing Hayworth to pick a side before putting it away.
Yeah, nice job. He kind of watch him here and watch him look up. Looks at Hayworth, makes him commit, then finds the spot.
Lots of patience by the veteran, Ryler DeHart.
11-13.
Oh, that ball right on the line as DeHart looks down.
Just catches the back edge, and it gives Hayworth a match point on serve. DeHart's going to take another timeout here.
Well, I like it. You know, you get the timeouts. You don't get a refund for them.
Right.
Might as well use them here as DeHart's going to, as Hayworth has a match point on his paddle to try and punch a ticket to Championship Sunday, where his doubles partner awaits. Chris Hayworth and Grayson Golden, doubles partners. Both of them have figured it out on the double side, or on the single side. They're coming along on the double side.
I was going to say, there was never a question about whether or not Hayworth and Golden were going to figure it out on the single side. Both come in as very established singles players coming over for collegiate tennis. Grayson Golden actually played for Ryler DeHart. That's how insular the circle is.
15 seconds. Receiver, no timeouts remaining. Server, 2 timeouts.
Hayworth coming back out of the timeout with match point on his paddle. 14-11.
Time in. 14-11.
Oh, Scarecrow again. He's doing the Scarecrow. Ryler DeHart out there at the kitchen line, puts both hands up.
And just in time for Halloween as well.
It's perfect. Fights off a game point.
Can't cut it. Gives the serve back over to Hayworth. It'll be match point number 2.
14-12.
Oh.
Pushes the forehand wide, and Chris Hayworth punches his ticket to Championship Sunday. He will be playing for gold as he's through in straights. We will hear from the top seed when we return here at the Al APP Newport Beach Open.
here and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Our first women's singles semifinal. Yana Newell, the top seed, will square off against Shelby Bates. And fellas, both of these women, as we take a look at Newell there, 26 from Kansas City, Missouri, both of these women needed 3 games to outlast their opponents in the quarterfinals. What should we expect to see out of this matchup?
Well, I think if Newell can come forward and really take control of the kitchen line, like we saw her do in the quarterfinals against Dominika Turkovich, I think Bates is going to have a tough time trying to get that ball past Newell. And we already saw how well she covers the court. Bates is going to have to do a combination of, she's going to have to play big and powerful, but play clean. And that is a difficult thing to do.
And that's my key there for Bates, is if she's going to beat Newell, she's got to play very hard. Meaning she's got to hit good ground strokes. She's got to pass Newell when Newell gets up to the kitchen line. I'm going to look for her to try and find the Newell backhand and see where she can go. Because if you leave a ball up to Yana Newell on the forehand, good luck coming back. It's almost like Bobby Oshiro-esque. You're not getting that back.
First point goes the way of Bates.
Well, right off the bat, again, returning to the Newell backhand. Not saying, again, that the Newell backhand is weak at all. She has a great two-handed backhand.
It's just not
but
as
I'm
powerful as the
I'm going to choose that one over the forehand.
That's exactly what we just heard from Chris Hayworth talking about Ryler DeHart. Push long.
We see that all the time, Chad, on approach shots, right? Where you're going to approach, you know you're going to go in.
And then you rush the approach.
You rush through it, and you hit the ball long.
Pulls it wide there. Is rushing the approach more about the footwork, or is it about the contact point?
It's
both.
A combination of both.
Good question.
That's a great lead-in.
Well, I ask because I also struggle with my approach shot, so I'm looking for some advice here.
So you rush the footwork, and that changes your contact point as far as being too tight and too close to the body.
I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. 2-2.
Oh, that
ball just died.
Yeah, just never came up to Bates.
I actually think there's something on the court right there. I may have hit that. I'm surprised Bates didn't look down at it.
Regardless of the reason, it's 3-2 in favor of Newell.
Again, it's the approach and just overhitting it, right? So she's taking her body's momentum, and her momentum's hurting her by that ball just carrying along as she's hitting it.
Well, there's that one long as well.
Part of that comes down to the court coverage of Yana Newell. Because she covers the court so well, she gets so many balls back. It forces Bates to try and do more, to try to be so much tighter with the margin of error.
Sprays the backhand wide as Newell has opened up a 4-point advantage here in game number 1 of our women's singles semifinal. Smart decision there to go back behind Bates. And Newell told us after the quarterfinal she didn't like being the top seed. She felt it added a lot of pressure, certainly not playing like it here in this semifinal as Bates takes a timeout trailing by 5.
Yeah, Newell hitting the ball crisply right now. A couple unforced errors here for Bates. Free points for Yana Newell, and in rally scoring, you cannot do that. In any scoring, unforced errors, you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot. That's the last thing you need here if you're Shelby Bates playing against Yana Newell, who's striking the ball really well right now.
How does Bates clean up the contact, Chad?
Shorten things up. Make your swing a little bit more compact. Go for larger targets, and try to play Newell almost the same way that she's playing her. We've seen Bates come forward a couple of times, but the next volley, the ball's been behind her and she's flicked a little bit. Look for, if you can't get the ball deep, look to keep the ball low. If you go shorter angle, and now Newell is coming forward and sideways, it allows you to open up that court a little bit more.
Missed the backhand there. The lead grows to 6.
Oh, and even in that situation there, we see a really big backswing on the forehand, and then we see a large swing on the two-hander. And there again, it throws the timing off a little bit more. Just need to shorten everything up so it cleans up the timing.
That was
another error off the backhand side.
It was much better right there, but again, that ball got in on her as she's approaching, and then that inside out, because you're going to two-handed backhand, the inside out just slices that ball wide.
Wide forehand is Newell in total control of this first game, 11-2. Slice catches the cord.
Well, Jana Newell is the type of player that you can't have a lot of unforced errors against, because she's either going to put the pressure on or she's just going to make balls.
Oh, that's much better right there from Bates, getting Jana Newell full extension right there twice. Just gets the unforced error, but again, uphill climb here.
It's a 9-point deficit for Bates. A great get from Newell, forces Bates to hit an extra ball. She sends it long.
Can't believe she missed that. She was disturbed that she missed that.
But Chad, that goes into what you were saying in terms of not giving Newell free points, because she's comfortable trading balls with you because she covers so much court.
Yeah.
That one also sails wide, and now it's game point.
14-3.
Into the net, and it's a comfortable game 1 victory for the top seed Jana Newell, 15-3, as she will try and punch her ticket into Championship Sunday when we come back here at the Al APP Newport Beach Open.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
Jana Newell 1 game away from advancing into Championship Sunday, coming off of her gold medal performance in Dallas. The top seed cruised to a 15-3 victory in game 1. Bates to serve first here in game 2. Deep penetrating balls there from Newell, forcing Bates to stay at the baseline.
Great approach shot there from Jana Newell. As again, it was a floater up through midcourt. She attacks it and then just follows it in.
Oh, great touch from Newell. Bates can't make the pickup.
And Bates had an alley right there down that line, but again, comes up just a little short.
Missed return. It's a 3-point lead. And fellas, in a match like this, if you're Shelby Bates, how do you find something that you can hold on to?
Well, you got to swing out of this, right? You've got to swing out of it.
Say the same thing.
Right? Like, you got to swing out of it. But again,
it's hard to swing out of
right,
it. Because if you swing too big, then you're making a mistake anyway.
Right.
That's why the game of pickleball is so difficult, despite these pros making it look so easy time and time again.
And you have a player like Jana Newell on the other side of the net that's playing extremely clean, well, crisp. Everything she's hitting right now is hitting her spot. So add that on to Bates not hitting balls very clean right now.
Not a lot of pressure being applied to Newell so far in this match.
Ball stayed in right there for
Good
Bates.
Defense from Bates.
Again, finally she approached the kitchen line. Got a little hairy there for a minute, but again, she controls it, uses her length to her advantage.
1-5.
Well, that's the thing. Newell, and like we've seen for pretty much all of today, she's going to come forward and put the pressure on you a lot more than what Bates is. Bates is going to sit in the baseline for a lot of the time and try to go into that ground stroke battle, and Newell's just going to take away. Well, there we go. She came forward and put a little bit more pressure on, but Newell's going to take away that ground stroke game from Bates a lot of the time.
So then what's the adjustment that Bates needs to make? Because she hasn't been coming up to the kitchen line very often.
Well, the issue is she's not making any balls when Jana is getting to the kitchen line, right? And so if you can't make Newell play at least 2 or 3 more at the kitchen line, it's going to be tough. Oh, wow.
What a forehand strike from Newell.
At the time that Bates is, and we'll take a look right here, so shorter ball that just gives Newell plenty of time, and even if she makes that, she's approaching behind it. Bates needs to get a deeper ball.
Easy overhead put away. It's a 7-point lead for the top seed. Timeout taken by Bates.
Yeah, Newell just cruising along here, doing whatever she wants. Again, just playing so clean here. It's going to be tough for anyone to take her down. Thank God whoever meets her in the semis, they got 3 days for her to cool off, because in the other semi.
Yeah, I just takes a look around.
Just go listen. Go listen somewhere else, would you, Jana Bear?
Jana's
Pay
over
no
there.
attention to the man behind the curtain.
I'm just giving. She's listening to our praise of her right now, because again,
she is playing extremely well.
Yeah,
right
it's just it's a clinic.
Well, I was going to ask you, cleanliness aside, what has impressed you the most about Newell's game?
Well, it's been her ability to get that deeper serve or deeper return, to create the shorter ball, to open up the approach shot. She's been consistent all day as far as the depth. We haven't seen too many balls being shorter where she's allowing her opponents to come forward on it. And then ultimately it comes down to the court coverage as well. She's forcing, if you are making a lot of balls, she's forcing you to make even more.
Unfortunately for Bates, the thing that she has not done in this match is make balls, and it's resulted in a lot of easy points for Jana Newell.
What impresses me the most about Jana Newell's game is that she comes up quickly, and she is not the tallest player out there, and you don't see a lot of women get to the kitchen line in singles unless they're a little taller. And Yana Newell just flips that kind of script on everything and says, I don't care. I'm going to put pressure on you and force you to hit winners.
11-2. There, Bates finds some space to get Newell extended.
Well, that's exactly what Bates needs to do and has needed to do but hasn't executed, is force Newell to hit 1 or 2 balls up at the kitchen line.
Newell rips the forehand side out as she extends it back out to a 9-point advantage. And fellas, this match really hasn't had a lot of momentum or tempo. It's been very choppy. As a player, how difficult is it when the game is like that to stay mentally engaged?
Well, and we've seen Newell miss on a couple of easier balls right there. It's definitely difficult to keep the intensity up.
Oh, what a
Stop
get.
it. Oh.
Smart decision by Bates.
And that's where it can be tricky. You know, Bates hasn't played very clean. But once she starts making a few balls, and if you let yourself get back on your heels a little bit, it becomes difficult to flip the switch back on. And Newell's done a good job of, you know, she makes a mistake and then it's an instant fix.
Be a goldfish. Short
What?
memory.
Huh?
Hey, what?
Do I need to get you on the Watch Ted Lasso train too?
No.
Okay.
You didn't get it right there. You told me to be a goldfish. I was like, huh? I've already figured out.
You're
right over Dorian.
That was very
Chad.
meta.
Yeah.
Chad
Well,
went
while
right
we
over.
have been discussing this, Yana Newell has worked herself a match point. 14-5 for the top seed. Yana Newell will play for her second consecutive gold medal on Sunday. She is through in straight games. We'll talk to the top seed when we return here at the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
involved and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chop shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with Vlasic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
What do people want more of? More, oh yeah. More laughs. More hangouts. More, so good. Yeah, give us more of all that little stuff that makes life so great. But if you're older or have certain health conditions, you also have more risk from flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Vaccines help keep you from getting really sick, and that is huge.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Who will join Yana Newell on Championship Sunday? We will find out here in our second women's singles semifinal between Amanda Hendry and Maria Klotski.
Oh.
Hendry sticking with it for the first point.
Well, Klotski thought she had a winner right there. Hendry, great get.
Hendry, 26 years old, from Wilton, Connecticut. Former national field hockey champion at the University of North Carolina. Smart play there.
Yeah, a little mishit there on the volley for Hendry, but it all works out.
Klotski, 37 years old, originally from Tallinn, Estonia. Played her collegiate tennis at the University of Louisville. Nice deep return there.
I always feel
Put
like
those
you're
L's down, Dom. You didn't go to Louisville.
I always feel like you're swallowing the word when you say Louisville.
That's because I'm a Kentucky native that knows how to pronounce it.
As am I. Louisville.
I can't pronounce any place
but
right.
But you
so.
make it sound good, though, with your
Yeah.
accent there, so it's okay. You can get away with that.
Klotski putting it right inside the line to tie it at 2. And fellas, we've seen Klotski start to make some deeper runs across the course of this year, into the semifinals here. People who aren't familiar with her game, what should they expect to see from her?
Heavy power. She hits a very heavy ball, as right there. And just a bunch of power, too, when she gets to the kitchen line. She will approach that kitchen line. She will take advantage. But, again, it's what she does with the ground stroke. She hits it heavy to the baseline, keeps you back, puts you on your heels, and that's her advantage, is the way that she presses you. There's that
Again,
press.
finding the cross-court deep corner.
Right, there's that press right on cue as she pressed with the two-handed backhand right there. And when we talk about a heavy ball, it meaning that when it gets on you, it almost feels like it's speeding up as it gets to you.
Oh, great hands from Hendry, but couldn't bring it in the court.
The goalie.
I was going to say field hockey goalie right there, but Hendry needs to come up to the kitchen line more. She's going to have to put the pressure on Klotski and really force her to beat her. If she tries to match her in the baseline game, it's going to be a tough.
Is that a style of play, though, as Klotski gets the winner there, or the point, rather? Is that a style of play that Hendry's comfortable playing?
That is Hendry's style of play, is to come up to the kitchen line and really control it from there. That ball just deep. Yeah, and you're talking about two different backgrounds right now, right? So Klotski's got the tennis background. She's used to the baseline game. Hendry has good ground strokes, but that is not her background. Is that right there, coming up and having the hands to really be able to control anything that's hit at her.
And the skill set as a field hockey goalie would lend itself to the handwork and the hand-eye coordination. Can't pick that up there.
Yeah, and that's the ball that Hendry's going to struggle with, is when Klotski goes heavy, keeps that ball low. Now Hendry's really got to lift and hit up on that ball. Makes it very tough.
3-point lead for Klotski. Rips the forehand winner, catches the back of the line.
Yeah, that's the power that you were talking about right there, Dom. She doesn't look like she's really overhitting, and it's almost. Oh!
That's a great get from Hendry.
Wow, full sprint, edge guard, drop shot.
Yeah, the power from Klotski is it's almost like Hayworth. Hayworth doesn't look like he's swinging very hard, but it's like jumping off of the paddle. Right here, Klotski has similar swing, and then it just jumps off. But there are times where it has to be right in that strike zone. If it's down mid shin or if it's up a little bit higher.
Well, that's the years and years and years of tennis, where those tennis players come over to pickleball, and you talk about, you have to unlearn. No, you don't. You have to take what you've known for years and years
and apply it.
Incorporate it and apply it to your game, and that's exactly what Klotski's doing.
Hendry misses the forehand. The lefty pushes it wide. Klotski with the 2-point advantage here in this game number 1 of our women's singles semifinal. Oh, great ball from Hendry.
But that's the strength of Hendry right there. She has to come up, take the ball early to cut down on the reaction time for Klotski because she wants that ground stroke game.
Oh, Klotski missed an opportunity. Should have went down that line on Hendry, but Hendry read it early to the forehand for the 3rd time in a row.
Missed opportunity for Klotski. It's 9-all. After Klotski led by as many as 4.
Ooh, rushed the approach. So you talked about issues with your approach shot
yes,
earlier.
Lots of them.
So let's relate it.
So that one right there, you saw Hendry. She's taking the paddle back, moving forward. So now the ball's coming to it. She's moving to the ball, and the timing is so short because of two moving objects.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
I never said it didn't make sense. I just said I couldn't execute it.
I know, but I'm just breaking it down for you right now.
Just trying to help you out here.
No, I appreciate it.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
No, I make him in practice. Can't make him in a match.
Well, that's it. You're just mentally weak then.
I would agree with that.
Wow. Just calling out.
I mean, it's fair. Right. I got him on his age earlier, so.
And back to the match.
Hendry's taking the lead.
Oh. 2 One from Hendry and then one from Klotski.
This one here just scrapes over the net cord. And then it died by the time Klotski got to it.
2-point lead for Hendry.
Big serve. You see the
Big
kick on that
serve,
one.
right? So she puts a lot of spin on it and gets some height. And then as that ball dips and hits the ground, it kicks into the body of Klotski, and a nice comeback here from Amanda Hendry.
Well, and that's what I was talking about when we're talking about outside the strike zone. So typically, somebody that is playing a little bit heavier topspin in that strike zone like Klotski is, ball kicks up. Now all of a sudden, she moves the paddle up with it and ends up hitting the top of the ball, rather than she's so used to having that smooth swing where we can get underneath it and create the topspin. Moving it outside of that strike zone, whether it's with heavier topspin that kicks or whether it's with slice that kind of hits and stays down, it's the same as a pitcher changing eye levels on a hitter. If I know that your hot zone is right over the middle and then belt high, you better hope that I'm going up. I'm going up under your armpits. I'm going under your armpits, or I'm going at your ankles.
Right, exactly. I know you're coming up and in. You're going to try and back me off.
Make it impossible for you to extend your arms. Another missed return, and all of a sudden it's Hendry with the 4-point lead.
Ooh.
Back-to-back missed returns. And another timeout, guys. What is Hendry doing that's giving Klotski so many problems?
Well, I mean, again, Hendry's making balls now.
Hendry takes game number 1, 15-10. We'll be back with game number 2 here on Championship Court.
Hey, I'm Chef Chad Rosenthal, and I'm here today with Vlasic Pickles to put the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, a dill ball is a shot that is inbounds and is bounced only once. It's a live ball. This Vlasic Pickle Dip is a live ball of pickle flavor. Crunchy pickle perfection.
The APP is sponsored by Owl Paddle, Quiet the Competition. Good Idea, primes metabolism, balances blood sugar. And Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Game 2 underway. Amanda Hendry and Maria Klotski. Hendry took the first 15-10 and takes the first point of game number 2.
Well, she takes the first point, a nice little miss-hit backhand right there. She'll take it, kind of dies off her paddle. Almost works better.
Another missed return from Klotski. And going back to Klotski's 8-4 lead, it's now a 12-2 run in favor of Amanda Hendry.
Oh, it's in.
Oh, just catches the tape.
But the approach shot there from Klotski, I mean, you want to talk about short, compact backswing. She just held it at the hip, stepped into it, ripped it.
Nice forehand. Buggy whips that back cross court. And again, not only is it dipping, but it's going away from Klotski, and she doesn't move her feet to get to the spot. Tries it again. I like it, though.
Couldn't make the pickup that time.
Well, in that situation, it just got a little deep on him, more difficult to take it cross court. I'd have to take that one in front just a little bit more, or if that ball does get that deep, take it down the line. That's good control
placement there from Klotski to tie it at 3.
Yeah, and she chooses the right ball to come forward on. It's a deep ball in the corner. Hendry was on the run.
Hendry can't make the pickup.
Well, that's a nice ball there from Klotski. Instead of trying to rip past Hendry, she created some dip, almost hit a drop shot right at the shins of Amanda Hendry there.
Getting a little love off the court is Klotski. It's a 2-point lead.
If you go back and watch this point, Klotski did not decide to come up until she saw Hendry was in trouble in the corner. She came up late, hits a volley through the transition area, and gets a little love off the tape.
Was going back behind Hendry with the forehand, but catches the net.
Well, and even the movement of Hendry there forced Klotski to try to rush and get that shot off.
Another missed return. That was in stereo.
Jinx.
5-all. Tried to thread the needle.
It's actually the lower balls, the balls that are just below the knee of Klotski that she is pushing deep because she's trying to come up on it even more. It's not grabbing the same, and they're floating deeper.
Pushes that wide. So is the adjustment the footwork to improve the contact point?
The paddle head. The paddle head needs to get underneath the ball a little bit more. It's almost the top edge of the paddle has to get under. But and the reason why I said it's not that Hendry is serving really big on those returns that Klotski's missing. It's the height of it.
What was Klotski's lead in game 1?
8-4. She ended up dropping it 15-10, so Hendry closed that
11-2
run and then won the first 2 points of this second game.
So 11-2, and then comes out, has a 7-5 lead here. It's a matter of Hendry making an adjustment and Klotski not making any adjustments, right? And Hendry is the one who's making that, and she's benefited from it.
What was the adjustment that Hendry made?
Well, again, she approached the kitchen line. She was almost staying back and wanting to go toe-to-toe, baseline to baseline. That's not her game. She doesn't have that high tennis background. And so she's taking that away from Klotski by approaching here.
Pushed it long there. So correspondingly, you said Klotski's not making any adjustment. What's the number one change she needs to make?
Well, she did go on a little run here at the beginning of game 2 as well, and it's when she came forward and put the pressure on Hendry. But it's also, and I feel like we've spoken about this like all day long. If you can hit a ball that has shape, that is getting to your opponent below the net, forcing them to hit up, then you're in a much better position to put that pressure on. Ooh, just wide. Okay.
So the call is overturned.
That's Klotski doesn't know yet.
That's hard.
She doesn't know yet.
Hard to call on that side for the referee because you're looking at it at a different angle.
So it was 7-all with that point. It's an 8-7 advantage for Hendry.
Yeah, just, again, it's that approach, right? As simple as it seems, Chad, we don't.
Usually.
You don't.
Benjalicks.
players don't practice that,
Yeah.
right? And again, it's something that's huge, especially in singles.
Oh, wow. Wow. Pick up there from Hendry. I mean, those were some
Heavy balls.
extremely difficult forehand balls from Klotski, and I thought that the ball was going to go wide off the backhand of Hendry, but she kept it in and then turned the point around. That's an excellent
Klotski
ball.
couldn't shape it back in. Good ball from Hendry.
But the adjustment there on the approach shot, she stayed shorter. She took that ball earlier, and she was a little bit more closed off.
Oh.
A great job of moving forward there from Klotski.
Yeah, again, she approached at the right time. That first ball that Hendry gets, absolutely incredible, but then again, Klotski going to the same spot again and putting pressure on Hendry.
I think, Chad, you talked about the things that we've talked about over the course of the entire day across matches, and I think that just underscores how important the fundamentals actually are when you get into matches like this. Oh,
just
Klotski
wide.
had the alley but couldn't hit it.
Yeah, Hendry almost gave her an opportunity there.
It took Hendry 3 games to get past Daria Walczek in the quarterfinals. Klotski dispatched Simone Jarging in straight games, overcooks the forehand there nearly into the booth.
Well, great job there from Hendry. Again, good approach, under control, gets Klotski moving completely to her forehand side and trying to hit that winner on the run.
Klotski pushed back, can't make the forehand, and now Hendry 2 points away from punching her ticket into Championship Sunday.
13-9. Great ball.
Oh. Missed the overhead.
That's such a good setup there from Hendry. Got exactly what she was looking for.
Sometimes you get what you want. 10-13. Overhead put away back behind. Klotski back within 2.
That overhead miss from Hendry right there is going to sit with her for a little bit, and that's going to be the mark it down point right there. Oh, excellent
just
ball there
sails
from
wide.
Hendry. Klotski had Hendry on the run, and Hendry just hits that perfect flat ball back that stays right at net height.
And that gives Hendry match point, up 14-11. Klotski stays alive.
Hendry caught too much middle of the court right there. An excellent job from Klotski. One, to pin Hendry in the middle on that first ball, and then when it came back, same position, she goes out wider.
A smart play there from Hendry to get back on serve.
Well, doesn't miss that one right there. Great job, great setup. Very similar to the overhead she missed. She gets a forehand here, cross-court winner.
Match point number 2. Missed return, and Amanda Hendry will meet Yana Newell on Championship Sunday. We will hear from Hendry when we come back here on Championship Court. You're watching the OWL APP Newport Beach Open.
What do you talk about? The news? Sports? A little family gossip, maybe? Nah, you don't do that, right? Well, here's another topic for you. As they get older, their risk of getting really sick from a respiratory virus like flu, COVID-19, or RSV goes up a lot. So talk to them about getting the season's vaccines, because you've still got so much to talk about.
hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Sports Illustrated, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Franklin X40, official ball of the APP Tour.
And La Victoria brand salsa, Mexican flavor raised in LA.
Back here on Championship Court at the Owl APP Newport Beach Open, I'm with Amanda Hendry. Punches her ticket to Championship Sunday. Amanda, let's go straight to Game 1. You're down 8-4. Call timeout. What's the adjustment you made in Game 1 to end it on a 11-2 run?
Yeah, I know Maria hits a really heavy ball, and I don't have a tennis background, so that's not really my strength. And I definitely was staying back too much in the beginning of that match, and I kind of just made the adjustment of if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose coming in. So I started coming in, just volleying pretty decently, so that helped a lot. And yeah, that was kind of just my game plan after that.
And now moving on to Championship Sunday, you're facing Yana Newell. What's the game plan going in against Yana?
Kind of probably similar. I mean, she's a really great player, super athletic, but again, she hits a really heavy ball, so I probably don't want to get into that baseline with her.
All right, well, congratulations, Amanda. Moving on to Championship Sunday. Next up here on Championship Court, men's pro singles bronze medal match. Jack Foster and Ryler DeHart here at the Owl APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
it's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Our men's singles bronze medal match is getting set to get underway. Ryler DeHart will be taking on Jack Foster. We saw Foster on an absolute heater earlier in the afternoon when he dispatched Max Mantha. Ran into a little bit more of a difficult situation against
Zane Ford. He was.
You're right. It was
Ford.
Zane Ford.
Okay.
Thank you. It's been a long day.
It's all good.
Dispatched Zane Ford had a little trouble against Grayson Golden. Ryler DeHart fell to Chris Hayworth in the other men's semifinal as Foster starts off with a forehand winner. Return error by DeHart.
Well, and again, Foster's going to look to try and put the pressure on with the big serve here.
Oh, that's
inside out.
Where was that against Golden?
Yeah, that was nice right there. A little inside out forehand, just drops it,
tribulation.
almost drops it in the kitchen. It was so good.
An early 3-point lead for Foster. Did you see how much that serve moved?
Well, he goes right at the body, too, of Ryler DeHart here. That was a serve with a purpose. Going right at DeHart, jamming him up.
DeHart able to get on the board, pulls that forehand cross court, and the forehand is the weapon for Ryler DeHart. Foster pushes it just wide.
A little old school pickleball right there. Is a little cat and mouse up at the kitchen line for Foster and DeHart.
That time Foster misses the backhand.
Foster's trying to go backhand right there because he just looked up at Andrew and told her to go.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You're in a gold medal match. Get out of here. I got to fight for my bronze
Foster's
here.
been trying to go at the DeHart backhand a couple of times on those volleys. He doesn't need to be afraid of the forehand right there. You know, yeah, go one at the backhand, but once you've opened up the court, just create that angle.
Able to create the short return, but missed the next ball.
DeHart's got something to say up to someone in the stands right now, as they said something the point before. He didn't appreciate it. That's too good right there from
Foster.
Yeah, it's too good right there from Foster. Again, it's tough to be under that kind of control. You almost want to punish that ball, but again, it's that placement over power. Good spot right there. Doesn't need to do too much with that.
That's a lot of times why you see the unforced errors on the finesse balls. As Foster goes back behind DeHart, it's a 3-point lead.
Game of runs here, Dorian, as Foster jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and then DeHart answered. Got it back within one, but now back with 3-point lead.
Oh, DeHart kind of just jumped at that backhand. Foster sent it right into the body, and as DeHart went to push out, the body came up. Just missed
another
that one.
missed return.
From that point before, though, Chad, we've talked about Jack Foster working on that backhand, and that was a nice ball by him on the backhand to set up the forehand.
Ryler DeHart calling a timeout as he finds himself trailing by 5 in the early stages here in game number 1 of our men's singles gold medal match. It is time for our Tervis hydration break as we welcome you back into the booth here on Championship Court at the Tennis and Pickleball Club of Newport Beach. And fellas, this one we expected to be, a battle of attrition. You have DeHart's veteran play. He knows how to construct points, but you have the power of Foster that he's able to inject whenever he wants. What's going to have to give?
Well, it's both players have to find the backhand of each other right now. Both of their forehands are extremely good, so they got to find the backhands. Jack Foster really trying to get to that backhand side of DeHart, and DeHart trying to find the weaker side of Foster with the backhand, but he has been working on that. So it's really something that he has worked his game on, and he described that or explained that and displayed that 2 points ago. Oh.
There's the backhand from Foster. It's a winner down the line.
Yeah, typically we don't see the winners off of the backhand for Foster, but like we talked about earlier, it's something that he's continuing to work on. He's just not confident in it yet. It's not a
bad shot. I mean, that was money.
Exactly.
That cross-court backhand was money right there.
He's added shape, he's added power, but again, it just comes down to a confidence thing.
DeHart misses the return. Chad, you work with Jack Foster a lot. And when you have a player that's constantly drilling a shot and trying to build that confidence, where's the tipping point where they're finally confident to use it and go after it as the backhand produces yet another winner in a match?
This right here, this is where you gain the confidence. Foster has a pretty sizable lead right now, and we've seen him hit 3 backhands in a row. It just needs to get a couple in game situation, to then being like, okay, yeah, I can do it.
And like that last ball right there, he ran around the forehand. 13-4 lead, hit the backhand.
Yeah.
Hit it, right? Work on it right there. You got a nice sizable lead. Hit it right there. You've had 3 or 4 that you hit really well.
Oh, great cut there from Foster to bring up game point.
And doesn't try to do too much with that volley. Just takes it nice and early, allows the paddle to create the angle.
Return sails long, and Foster takes game 1 in routine fashion, 15-5 over Ryler DeHart. We'll be back with game 2 of our bronze medal match here at the APP Newport Beach Open.
When my hearing changed, Hearing Life understood. I don't just want to keep hearing my friends. I want to keep being me.
Book a complimentary hearing assessment with one of our hearing professionals and see how our personalized care can help you keep being you. Love your ears at Hearing Life.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live. Live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
Welcome back to Championship Court. Jack Foster up a game after he took the first 15-5 against Ryler DeHart and pushes that forehand wide. And fellas, in between games, Foster came over towards the booth and he looked up at you and he said, "It's like playing myself." After this point develops. Nice cut there, but he said it's like playing himself. How are Foster and DeHart's games so similar?
Both run around the forehand. They want to hit that run around the backhand to hit that forehand. They both grind. They're both never quit, other than the minus the high-level tennis background for Ryler DeHart and none for Jack Foster.
Well, yeah, and Foster happened to point out the age difference here as well.
He did.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I was going to leave that alone. But Jack's the one who said, he goes, it's like looking at me.
It's like playing the older version of myself.
And he's so right.
Does that make it easier or more difficult to find potential weaknesses?
Well, a little bit easier because you know exactly how to play the person. Because you obviously know your own deficiencies, and it's been pointed out to you multiple times before.
By you, I'm sure.
I may have pointed it out a few dozen times, but
3-1 lead for DeHart here early on in game number 2. Missed third.
But I remember, 2 years ago talking to Foster and being like, "Hey, we've got to develop a backhand." And he's like, "What do you want me to do? Come out and hit it in a game and lose?" And we're like, "Well, no, but
eventually it'll be a shot that you can win with."
Whereas, as a player develops and matures a little bit, now he's like, "Hey, I really need to add that backhand to my game."
It's like adding tools to the toolbox, right?
Yeah.
You constantly got to add. If you're not adding, then you're stagnant. And if you're stagnant in your game, people figure that out.
Back corner pocket winner for Foster.
Yeah, nice little forehand roll here as DeHart almost thinks this ball is going to go long, but Foster has so much topspin on it.
Oh, just rolls it over. Foster trying to go inside out with that forehand roll, hits the top of the ball, and you see that wrist turnover.
Just wide. And to revisit the conversation about the similarities for just one more second, if their games are so similar, where does DeHart need to start focusing on where he can exploit Foster in the second game?
Backhand side. I'm saying,
That helps.
yeah, the backhand side. The issue is DeHart being lefty, he starts going to the backhand side of Foster. He's going to get backhands back as well. Mm-hmm. So it's a little tricky with the righty lefty combination of like, hey, I want to hit all forehands, but if I go at the backhand of my opponent, I'm going to get a backhand back. So that's kind of taking me away from my strength.
Trading a couple of service errors here. It's DeHart with the 1-point lead, 6-5. Oh, one-handed backhand rip from DeHart.
Yeah, it's a great one-handed backhand there from Ryler DeHart as he finally gets one of those. He usually jabs at that. That one he kind of rolled cross court and made that ball dip. Nice ball there from DeHart.
Forehand winner down the line. That was a thing of beauty.
Well, and right there, Foster double ups going down the line to the forehand of DeHart, where we saw earlier he was taking that ball, angling it cross court, getting DeHart to try to hit it on the run.
Another missed serve. Keeps Foster within 2. We've seen a couple of missed serves here in this game. What's been the reason for that?
There's a little lapse in concentration. One, you're going for a bigger serve, so everything kind of has to be really dialed in. Or two, you just little lapse in concentration. You hit. Oh,
how did he keep his balance?
That's unreal.
Also, why are we seeing everything in stereo as Dahart gets the point?
Yeah, Foster questioning if the heart didn't fall in the kitchen.
Pushed it wide down line. And timeout taken here from Foster.
Yeah, immediately called from Foster. As he senses Dahart with a little bit of a run here, going to try and slow that down just enough.
What's the biggest difference that you all have noticed here in the second game?
Well, Dahart's playing much cleaner this game. He doesn't have as many unforced errors. He's making clean balls. He's keeping that ball in play. That backhand was really nice that he rolled cross court nice and hard. So I'm going to look for him to continue that here, continue to put that pressure on Foster. And again, too, I'd like to see Dahart, if he can, if his feet are set, instead of trying to grip and rip, roll the ball. Get that ball down to the feet of Jack Foster and see what he can do from there.
Yeah, I also think, Foster hasn't put as much pressure on Dahart here. And potentially it's like, hey, I won the first one 15-4. And he came out not as aggressive, not the tempo and the intensity wasn't as high, and now he's kind of like, I have to play catch up. Yeah, I have to play catch up a little bit. And then when you press and you try to do too much, then the errors creep in. Oh, he hit an out ball, but he still made it.
Hit the out ball, swinging volley off the net cord, got the point. Thought ticks all the boxes. 4-point lead for Dahart here in game number 2 after Foster cruised to a 15-4 game number 1 win. Oh, good hustle from Dahart with the lob.
Wow. That's an impressive lob. Full sprint from Ryler Dahart as he just lobs that ball up and over Jack Foster. There's really nothing he can do. If he tried to dink that right there, he was going to eat it.
Now, good
that
lead
time
there.
Dahart put it long. Foster taking a little extra time. Eight 12. Oh, good reach.
Oh,
Scarecrow.
jumped up.
Dahart showing off the wingspan a couple of times in the middle of that point. Missed return.
Yeah, a big serve there from Dahart going right into the body of Foster. He gets jammed up on that forehand.
Game point. Passing shot, forehand winner for Dahart. We will go the distance in our men's singles bronze medal match. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more here from the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach.
When my hearing changed, hearing life understood. I don't just want to keep hearing my friends. I want to keep being me.
Book a complimentary hearing assessment with one of our hearing professionals and see how our personalized care can help you keep being you. Love your ears. Add Hearing Life.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
Winner take all, Game 3 on deck here in our men's singles bronze medal match between Jack Foster and Ryler DeHart. Foster took Game 1 15-5, while DeHart took Game 2 15-8. It will be DeHart to serve first.
Yeah, nice job right there of Jack Foster recognizing DeHart trying to come up off of his drive. And DeHart was trying to cut that angle off and go to the middle. And Foster just goes to the vacated area where it was coming from.
Pushes it just wide, does DeHart?
Well, already Foster's coming out, being a little bit more aggressive. Really good first backhand punch volley, then a big forehand with some shape there.
Misses the third.
And that's a situation where I think he goes with the backhand and rolls it. He couldn't get around the forehand enough.
A little love off of the tape for DeHart.
I mean, and the fact that that ball clips the tape, DeHart's apologizing as the ball's in the air. Foster's putting his hands and head up in the air going, I have no chance to get this.
Well, that time off of the court, sails long. Well, we've seen a lot of points feature the net court here this afternoon.
That Max Mantha, John Cangelosi match, wow. Let cord like every point.
Oh, how did he keep it in? Oh, what a point from DeHart.
Wow.
How good was that?
Well, it's tough here. Foster tries to get this ball out of the air right there, and he was almost off balance.
It's high on the backhand side. I think that's a situation where he got around it on the backhand. You just get around it on the forehand. That is 100%. That's a high ball. Get around it on the forehand side and hit it overhead.
He just couldn't. So in that case, I'd almost rather let him bounce and then turn and rip it forehand.
Nice put away there for Foster.
Well, good answer from DeHart to tie it up at 3. Now Foster taking a 1-point lead.
Oh, pushed
Great defense from DeHart, and Foster visibly frustrated on the far side of the net.
Well, had to make him hit one more ball each time, and DeHart does a good job up at the kitchen line playing good defense.
Goes back to the grinder mentality of both of these players.
Yeah, that's a big serve there from DeHart. Doesn't go hard, but goes middle. So you saw the awkward return there from Foster.
That took away the potential angles on the return.
Oh, stab.
Backhand from DeHart.
Well, it's the stab backhand, right? There's nothing on it. It's flat. It's just a stab, hard push.
Pulled it cross court. Foster had a lane, couldn't make it. And DeHart has opened up a 3-point lead.
And you're seeing some frustration from Foster right now. Just got to let it go. On to the next point.
Good pickup.
Nice.
A smart
ball.
decision there from Foster.
As he hit it, too, you hear DeHart go, oh, nice ball.
Yep.
It's like, I'm not getting that.
Yeah.
What'd you say earlier? Sometimes you just got to tip your cap.
Yeah.
That's a situation where you get more experience in life. You're like, yeah, I'm going to hurt myself.
So you're looking at that going, that's my Achilles?
Yeah. Either that or I'm going to have to dive for it, and I'm going to leave skin on the court. So.
Oh, Foster going for the big forehand point for DeHart into the end change.
Like diving for a ball into the fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about?
On a foul ball that's already out. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
I'm just checking.
At least I put force some effort.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, you did. You did.
Chad put a ton of effort. He pulled a hammy, too.
I wasn't talking about him.
I didn't say I didn't put effort
I was
in.
looking at you.
He
didn't
put
need
effort
to.
in. I was playing with a broken hand. I pulled my hamstring and my hip flexor.
I'm cool as the other side of the pillow at shortstop.
Yeah.
Like, don't even worry about it.
He was the smart one.
That's a first.
I know. He's like, oh, that's more than 2 steps away from me? I'm not getting that.
No.
Except for the one that our producer, John
That
Graff,
Graff
stole
came over and
from
stole
him.
from him?
Stole from me. He stole my ball in the hole.
The
I
one
was gonna
time
show
Dominic
off-
Catalano was willing to move out of his shortstop
I
hole.
was gonna show off the cannon, and Graff steps right in front of me.
I'll have to wait till next year.
No, you should be thanking Graff because you would have
I'd have
blown
pulled something.
every muscle in your shoulder.
Well, a 3-point lead here for Ryler DeHart in game number 3.
Now Foster still visibly frustrated, throws the towel down right in front of us. How does he reel it back in?
It's a difficult situation, but here at the end change, you literally just have to say, you know what, flush it. I've got to come out, and that's a good start right there with a good aggressive return down the line. You just have to come out and say, hey, I'm going to play with high intensity. I'm going to play smart. I'm going to put pressure on. And as always, it's so much easier said than done when you've already got some frustration that's built up.
Oh, great cut.
DeHart cutting such a huge angle right there, and then almost again falling in the kitchen, but doesn't.
And I'm pretty sure I heard him say sorry, like as that ball was landing.
Well, he edge guarded it right on the block.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't apologize for winners. Oh, there's a big rip from DeHart off the forehand side. It's a 4-point lead. Hey, guys, how has this one seemingly gotten away from Foster a little bit?
Well, right now, DeHart's just playing more composed than Foster is. He's staying within, kind of his strength, and that is a controlled forehand. He's doubling up in spots.
I ran around the backhand there, dropped the forehand in the net.
I want to see a huge serve here from Jack Foster.
Yeah.
Right? Give me a big, aggressive serve. Put DeHart on his heels right here, and then come in and attack this third. If you put him on your heels, he's going to return a ball in the midcourt, right? Then come in and attack this. Play that aggressive. Flip the script on him, because right now Ryler DeHart's taking control, and he's playing fast with pace. I want to see Jack Foster flip that and bring it right back to him.
Ball was long.
Big
Another
serve.
point for Foster off of the big serve.
Right, and DeHart trying to keep that ball deep, but it's hard to control a really tough, heavy serve.
Another big serve, missed return, and Foster back within 2.
Well, and this is a situation where you either go big and you go with a serve, or you put yourself in a situation where you can't put pressure on anyway because you're just trying to put the serve in.
Foster misses the 5th. That was a good cut slice from DeHart to get back on serve. DeHart trying to go down line, catches the net, and keeps Foster within 2.
Trying to hit that jab backhand down the line is DeHart. I think it was a lot closer than Foster had anticipated. It was deep, but I think he thought it was going to be about a foot deep. Ended up being about an inch deep.
So Foster within 1 after a flurry of missed returns.
Oh, he was
Got
all on
big
it.
at the line. He was in the right spot.
Well, and that was a bait ball there from Foster. He floated it right there, knowing that DeHart was going to speed it up, sitting all on it, but just got a little too close with the face.
13-11.
Yeah, and that is where I would go. If I was Foster right now, I would be going hard at the back end. But even here, you see how wide DeHart is? Rip a serve down the middle.
That's a huge point right here. Now, this point right here, the importance of this point at 13-13, one of them is going to have ball in hand with match on their paddle, right? And so, again, this is huge here coming out of this timeout from DeHart.
4 missed returns from Ryler DeHart after the end change have made all the difference, and it's because that big serving of Foster, which you said was the one thing he had to do coming out of the end change.
Yeah, you have to. You got to go for it. You can't play passive. The last thing you want to do is sit back here and go, I should have done this. I should have went harder. Even if I'm down, I should have, went for my serve, or I should have ripped that forehand. Don't have any should-haves. Have it laid out and go, hey, if I miss it, I miss it. At least I know I went for it. And that's exactly what Foster's doing right now.
If you're going to go down swinging.
Right.
Oftentimes that mentality is what pays dividends. Your opponent may get a little tight as well. And we are knotted up at 13 here in Game 3 of our men's bronze medal match. Oh. Wide open court. Point Foster, and it is a match point. Foster, inside out forehand, takes the bronze medal in 3 games over Ryler DeHart after trailing by as many as 3. We have one more match here at the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach. Stay with us. Our women's singles bronze medal match is next.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterme.com today. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Rain Energy, clean, plant-based energy.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Look further. Seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Less is more, unless it's less beer. Cat tire.
In this city, flavor is a way of life. And every dish is a work of art. La Victoria, inspired by LA flavor since 1917.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Welcome back as we get ready for our final singles match of the day. It is our women's bronze medal match between Shelby Bates and Maria Klotski. Klotski, 37 years old, originally from Estonia. Bates, 33 years old, from Jupiter, Florida. And fellas, we saw the power of Klotski on display in her semifinal. It's a very heavy ball. Bates struggled a little bit with Jana Newell. Who do you give the advantage to in this matchup?
Well, we were talking to Shelby Bates before, and, she's talking about, the heaviness and how that's hit from Klotski. And we're like, Jana hits a heavy ball, but Klotski's is even heavier, right? So, again, it's going to be the adjustment that Bates can make. She struggled a little bit with the pressure of Jana Newell. My biggest thing here is do what Amanda Hendry did, right? Get to the kitchen line first before Klotski does. If she can do that, that being Shelby Bates, she's got a fighter's chance here. We'll see if she does get to the kitchen line, though, because she does come up, but she gets a little hesitant. If she hesitates, Klotski's going to put her on her heels.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's going to be difficult for Bates to go baseline game with Klotski. And we saw that when Klotski came forward against Hendry, she was able to really apply that pressure and put it on. So I would almost tell Klotski here to be like, hey, go big with your approach, come forward, and just keep the pressure on Bates. You don't have to overhit, but you can't ease up.
Bates looking for her first medal of the 2024 season, picked up a pair of bronze last year in doubles, took home a silver in 2022. Should Klotski win, it would be her first APP career medal. And the first point goes to Klotski off of the missed return.
Well, I'd rather have that mistake from Bates deep than anything kind of short and miss-hitting. Got to keep Klotski back, or else when she's approaching like this right now, it's going to be trouble.
Well, short return right there. It sets up the approach perfectly for Klotski, and Bates was like, I don't even have a chance on that ball.
Missed forehand from Klotski gets Bates on the board.
Well, right as we say we don't want Bates going baseline to baseline with Klotski, she does, and she comes out on top of that one.
Sprays the backhand long.
Again, sorry, Dorian. It's that approach again. We talked about it earlier. Is that approach by Bates overhitting? You're creating that momentum coming in.
More extended rally, but the same result. Point Klotski. Miss serve.
Momentary lapse in concentration right there for Klotski.
Oh, Bates came forward, got a put-away ball, and pushed it wide.
Well, she got jammed up. I don't think she thought that ball was going to come right at her body, and again, didn't move. Kind of got stagnant on her feet. I think it's jammed up as the ball's right at her face.
Nice deep ball there from Klotski, but you can kind of sense that the intensity isn't as high here in the bronze medal, especially for Maria Klotski, as it was in the semifinal.
There's a good put away for Bates. How does Bates take advantage of that lapsed intensity?
Well, she has to pick up her intensity.
Yeah, both of them need to right now. And again, I thought that was great point construction there from Bates. Bates going to right sideline of Klotski and keeping her moving completely sideways. It set up that point.
A missed return gets Bates back within 2.
That was a much better job there with a big serve, creates the shorter return, and then Bates stays nice and short and compact on that backhand.
3-point run for Bates. Ball just skimming the net.
Just that little clip of the tape right there just causes the ball to change direction, change spin, and it just makes it a little bit more difficult there for Bates to react.
7-5. Oh, she hesitated.
Yep, second guessed herself.
So here's my thing, is neither one of these players high intensity right now,
No.
right? Who's going to be the first one to say, I'm going to be the one to pick it up and take control of this bronze medal match? Someone has to, right? Like, you got to pick that up. You got to see that. You got to feel that. And just come in and be like, if I pick up my intensity, give me the next 25, 30 minutes. Let me pick my intensity up, and then I can win this.
A smart decision by Klotski to go behind Bates. You're talking about who's going to be the first as a player. How do you re-engage yourself? Because it's easy to say, but it can be way more difficult to do.
Yeah, you have to force yourself, like Klotski did right there. She gets a shorter ball. She comes up, gets the feet moving. If you just stay in this...
Ooh, nice backhand roll.
If you just stay in this easy baseline, hit the ball back and forth kind of thing, it's more difficult to pick that intensity up. So hopefully right there, Klotski with an excellent two-hand backhand passing shot right there. Gets those feet moving, puts a little bit more, puts a little bit more pressure on, and then Bates, the same. When you feel your opponent pick up the intensity, you have to pick up the intensity too.
Bates still within 1, 8-9 here in game 1 of our women's singles bronze medal match. So, call overturned. Klotski called it out. That's the second time in the last 2 matches that's happened to Klotski. So 9-all. Nice softening there from Bates on the volley.
Well, better body position, better footwork. Takes that volley nice and early.
A Bates player, much like Chris Hayworth, has spent a lot of time in this season working on her fitness, working on her movement around the court. Gets the winner there.
She had none of those volleys against Jana Newell earlier. She was long, wide. Now all of a sudden she's got that wrist nice and stiff right there and just sticks that volley both on that one and the one before.
Bates told me back in Miami in March this is the best she'd ever felt in her body and the way that she was moving. Nice deep ball there. Klotski puts it in the net, and Bates has opened up a 3-point lead.
And quietly.
Klotski calling a timeout.
And you have Bates going to the sideline, 3-point lead here. Needs to just kind of continue to do what she's doing. She's sticking these volleys. She's getting to the kitchen line when she needs to. Great approach shots. She's got Klotski moving to her forehand side really wide, and that's set up a couple of these points in the last 3 to take this 3-point lead.
You asked who the first person was going to be to raise their intensity. We saw glimpses of it from Klotski, but would you say right now that player is Bates over the last handful of points?
Yeah, it's not an intensity. It's almost a focus from Bates right now, right? So she's kind of focused and dialed in of what she wanted to do, and she's executed to perfection the last 3 points to get this 3-point lead.
I think there's an argument to call that a quiet intensity.
Yeah.
Back to play, Bates leading 12-9. Missed return.
Yeah, that's the ball that we saw Klotski miss when she was playing Hendry in that semifinal. It's the ball that's mid-shin off of not a big aggressive serve.
Oh, Bates couldn't get it over the net.
Yeah, and she got flat-footed. Now she tries to bend and hit her way out of this, but she got flat-footed. Ball ate her up a little bit.
Good pressure there. Good approach shot there from Klotski as well. Big serve created the shorter return.
So Klotski pulls back within 2. And I was going to go back to that overturned point because Bates had gone on a 5-0 run since then. And now Klotski has answered with a 3-point run of her own.
I'm calling a timeout immediately if I'm Bates here. Because again, that little run here, not a little run, big run here from Klotski to get back in this. Now within 1, chance to tie it.
3 straight points. Miss hit the lob off of the edge guard, and she's gifted Bates a game point.
Rushed it a little bit again on the approach shot from Bates.
So Bates frozen at 14. Klotski will be on serve 13-14. Bates pulls the return wide. We're tied at 14.
I mean, who wants it here? Who wants it? Does anybody? Give me some intensity here. Someone's got to step up here because, again, still kind of flat on both sides.
Oh, nice stick volley from Bates. And she'll have game point number 2.
And there was finally a little bit from Bates as she gets up to the kitchen line, sticks that forehand volley. It'll give her another opportunity to take game 1.
15-14.
Yeah,
nice backhand there from Klotski.
Yeah, that's a good setup right there. She takes that forehand down the line, kind of outstretches Bates. I have a feeling we're potentially going to keep going back and forth.
Battle of attrition.
50-50.
It's going to be a 22-20. Ooh, just wide.
Bates wide on the forehand, and now it's Klotski with a game point.
Oh,
forehand winner shot down the line. Klotski fights off a 3-point deficit to take game number 1 is 17-15 in our women's singles bronze medal match. We'll have game number 2 coming up here at the Al APP Newport Beach Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At AARP volunteer and community events, they'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. Yola, for the champion in you. And Roots Farm Fresh, the cleanest, crispiest fries you'll try. Welcome back to Championship Court. Maria Klotski took game number 1 of our women's singles bronze medal match, 17-15. Shelby Bates had a pair of game points, could not close it out. She's on serve to start game number 2.
Yeah, nice angle there on the overhead. Doesn't try to overhit it, just creates that wide angle.
1-0.
Oh.
Couple of nice forehands here from Klotski.
Well, I don't think Bates thought that was coming over. Kind of stabbed at it late, but like 2 big serves from Bates in the first 2 points. Trying to go for it there a little bit.
Missed third from Klotski.
Spinning.
Nicely constructed by Bates. Better approach ball as well.
Yeah, again, nice job there. As Chad said it, as the ball hit the ground, he's like spinning. Klotski had a lot of spin on that ball getting over the net. Bates made a good adjustment.
Too much on the forehand.
It almost clipped her foot.
Bates got, yeah. I mean, if that ball lands in, there's no shot that she's hitting any shot coming out of it. But that ball almost landed on her foot. Got a little stuck there. But the intensity's picked up
100%
for Bates. She's coming out. She's moving the feet a lot better, putting a lot more pressure on.
Klotski taking a timeout early here in game number 2, trailing by 4. We've talked extensively about the intensity throughout the course of this match. Bates picking it up a little bit. You're talking about the footwork. Where else have you noticed that intensity creep in over the first 6 points?
Well, right now you're seeing, Shelby Bates going for her serve. She's ripping the serve. She's not holding anything back. The third shot, she's driving. Her return, she's hitting hard. So, like you said, Dorian, intensity doesn't always come from being vocal or being loud. It can come from your game, and we're seeing it immediately to start game 2. Bates is like, I'm going to rip this, and I'm going to get what I get, and I'm going to see if I can, kind of finish it this way. And so far, so good with a 5-1 lead.
It's similar to what we saw from Foster in game number 3 of the men's singles bronze medal match. Decided to go for that big serve out of the end change. Paid dividends.
Oh, nice
great get.
There's Shelby right there. The fist in the air, straight up. That's patent right there.
That ball is very easy to shank, though.
Oh gosh, we have the whole court.
Wide
You and
open court.
I would have hit that.
I've done it before.
That sounds like someone who's speaking from experience.
Put an exclamation point on it. Be like, this ball's never coming back. So that's again on the backhand side for Bates. She's shading that forehand. So now when Klotski goes down the line, she's late on it and stabbing at it. She needs to sit a little bit more neutral.
A missed return.
Trying to really get into that one. Ball takes a little funny bounce near the baseline.
3-6. Oh, the
nice
footwork from Klotski throughout that point was great.
Yeah, it was a good setup there. She didn't rush through that shot. She stayed nice and low, stayed underneath the ball with the paddle head. Very easy to come up and push that ball deep. Oh, very nice forehand approach shot there.
Klotski has worked herself back within one. Trailed by 5 early on. Has now ripped off 4 straight points.
5-6.
Stick volley pushed wide at 6-all.
Yeah,
Go
just
ahead.
got a little loose right there with the wrist, right?
And in game one, we saw some really nice, clean volleys from Bates. And this one, she lays the paddle back, tries to go a little bit firmer.
Oh.
And a good ball from Klotski as she takes the lead.
Yeah, again, Bates with a good get. Ball almost hit her. She gets it back up and over and tries to flip this lob back up and just get back into play. You watch her approach right there. She stepped in to go wide to try and get that. She just got to go wide and deep, try and cut that angle off.
It's like a drop step. Missed return.
Well, that one Bates flattened out a little bit more, and you saw her hand come inside the ball, and she just slapped it. Sailed on her just a little bit. Had the movement that she wanted, but tougher to keep that ball inside the baseline.
Oh, great get from Bates. Smart decision from Klotski. Medium speed backhand roll as she is on an 8-0 run.
Well, yeah, talk about runs. Again, Bates started off strong, had a 5-point lead, and now all of a sudden Klotski's got a 3-point lead. Definitely a game of runs here in the second game.
Timeout taken by Bates. What's been the biggest difference over this 8-point run?
Well, Klotski's now putting a little bit more pressure on. She's getting Bates on the run and then choosing that good approach shot. But I think that the biggest difference is you look at Klotski's volleys compared to the couple of volleys that we've seen from Bates as of late. Klotski's taking that ball early, and now she's creating another angle. She's not overhitting. She's not trying to do too much with it. She's just getting Bates to scramble. Bates, on the couple of missed volleys that she had, when she had the lead and she had the open court, she went for too much, tried to put that exclamation point on it, and then it's a very difficult mental situation when you're in that. You've got an easy winner, and you miss it wide. So easy to just fall down the rabbit hole and be like, oh, my gosh, how can I miss that?
Right. We talk about that short-term memory in pickleball because points happen so fast.
Yeah.
You got to let that go immediately and get on to the next point.
Klotski on serve, leading 9-6. She took game 1, 17-15. Forehand on the run, just wide, and the run continues for Klotski. Oh, what a forehand cross court.
Well, and that's the ball that you don't want to give Klotski right there. You see the depth of it, and she just gets the paddle face outside the ball, accelerates through, and it gives it the shape and the angle that she needs.
5-point lead for Klotski, looking for her first career medal on the APP Tour. Missed return.
You want to talk about a full swing, right? Bates had a 5-point lead in this game. Klotski's got a 6-point lead now. Talk about swings right there. That is absolutely incredible.
11-point run.
Way to dial in by Klotski.
Wow.
Forehand line winner. That has been her shot throughout this match.
Yeah, and that wasn't there early on because that was a ball Bates that early really put pressure on Klotski, and she didn't hit really well. And now all of a sudden she's dialed in with that.
Multiple winners in this game for Klotski has given her a 7-point cushion. Missed backhand makes it match point. Missed return, and Klotski ends the game on a 14-point run as she takes the bronze medal in straight games over Shelby Bates.
Wow, I mean, that's a great job by Klotski, you know, figuring it out because Bates looked to be cruising and forcing a third game, but again, nice job by Klotski to end it there and take her first medal.
Yeah, and Klotski looked like she was flat. You know, it came out in game two after you win game one, and then the intensity's low. She just needed to get down by 5 to be like, hey, let's go.
A little kick in the butt.
We welcome you back into the booth at Championship Court here at the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach. Fellas, we punched tickets to 2 Championship Sunday matches in both of our singles. What are you looking forward to? What stood out to you about the way that the matches played out today?
Well, on the men's side of things, Grayson Golden, Chris Hayworth, that is going to be a incredible gold medal match on Sunday.
Third time we've seen it this year.
Yeah, and again, you know, Grayson's going to come out gunning for Chris. They're playing in doubles together, but again, those guys, they do really go at it when they're on the other sides of the court, so really looking forward to that one. That's going to be a fun one to watch on Sunday.
Yeah, and then for the women, Jana Newell continuing her form in singles. Really impressive today. She came out, really took control of the kitchen line, and then Amanda Hendry making her second final in women's singles. It's going to be whoever can control the kitchen line in that one.
Well, the action does not stop after today. Coming up tomorrow, we've got mixed doubles on the docket. What's the one thing each of you are looking forward to tomorrow?
I think this is going to be a little bit of redemption for Rob Nunnery. He's kind of struggled a little bit in mixed doubles, playing with Jill Braverman. I don't think Jill is going to let him kind of lay down and die tomorrow. She's going to fight and make him fight all the way through. So
for me, it's the size of the field. It's wide open, right? Like it's just there's a lot of things that can happen moving into those quarters and semis that we may not expect. So looking forward to that tomorrow.
We have 2 gold medal matches set. We will hand out tickets to 3 more, and we will have mixed doubles coming up tomorrow. All the action starting at 12 local, 3 p.m. Eastern. So for Chad Edwards, Dominic Catalano, and our entire crew here in Newport Beach, I'm Dorian Kraft saying have a good night, and we will see you right back here tomorrow.